We'll call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Kemp. Here. Councilmember Renagi.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones. Here. Mayor Orgill.
Here. Mayor Pro Tem, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll move on to, are there any additions or deletions, City Manager?
Yeah, I'm going to recommend that item 15 not be heard tonight, be continued to another meeting.
Thank you. And we'll start with presentations. So let me come down. We have a proclamation to award and a recognition with sister cities. So I'll come down to the and speak from there. Don't jump the gun. Just proclamation first. This year is the 60th anniversary for the Sawdust Art Festival, a cherished Laguna Beach tradition that has inspired generations through art, creativity, and community. What began in 1965 as a gathering of local artists seeking an independent place to display their work has grown into one of Southern California's most beloved cultural institutions. More than 180 local artists continue to carry forward the festival's legacy by sharing handcrafted works, paintings, sculptures, ceramics, jewelry, glass, photography, and more. The Sawdust Art Festival has played a significant role in shaping Laguna's identity as a world-renowned art community and has helped preserve the city's rich artistic heritage for future generations. I would like to invite Jay Grant, Board President, to the podium to accept this proclamation. On behalf of the city, congratulations to the Sawdust Art Festival on 60 remarkable years of inspiring creativity, fostering community, and preserving the artistic soul of Laguna Beach. May the next 60 years be just as vibrant and inspiring.
On behalf of the wonderful Sawdust artists, our board of directors, and our staff, I want to thank the City Council for this proclamation. And I want to remember just a few names of those early founding fathers and mothers who, with a passionate desire for artistic independence, gave birth to the Sawdust those 60 years ago. Dolores Farrell and Bob Young and Diane Wright and Hal Pastorius, Ed Van Dusen, Everett McDonald, and a whole bunch of other wonderful, fabulous artists who at the beginning had to work hard and persevere to establish the Sawdust as one of the greatest arts and craft shows in the entire nation. Thank you so much.
Well, again, now we have sister cities. Oh, photo. Okay, back to sister cities. Tonight, I'd like to invite Karen Phillipson to the podium to recognize the winners of the Sister Cities International Young Artist and Authors Showcase.
Thank you, Mayor Orgill. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Mayor Orgill, council members, city team, and community friends. I'm wearing my Sister Cities hat this evening, and as founding president, I've been up here several times, and this is one of those proud moments. So I'd like to ask our membership to please step up and join me as we introduce this group. Sister Cities International is part of an organization that is global. It was founded by President Eisenhower in 1956 and celebrates its 70th anniversary this year. It offers many opportunities that Sister Cities locally takes advantage of, and one of it is YAS. YAS is, and I always have to look this up, Youth Artists and Authors Showcase. This evening, we have 6 winners, only 4 of which are here this evening, but we have 6 winners. We're very proud of that in our community. The theme is Voices of Today, Visions of Tomorrow. And the ages are 13 to 18 for this competition. It's a global competition, and we conduct it right here in Laguna Beach. So without any further ado, I'd like to say thank you to our sponsors who've been with us since the very beginning in 2022, and that is the Laguna Beach Water District, County Water District. They've been here every single time and recognized the vision of this particular opportunity for not only our students, but our community. So I'd like to introduce the students that we are showcasing this evening. In the art competition, it's Shane DiMaggio. Come on up, Shane. And Shane is the first place winner. Second place winner is not here this evening, Yuke Shane. The third place winner is Ellis Mink. In the category of poetry, our first place winner, Zoe, is not here this evening unless, come on over, Zoe. Our second place winner is Nico Lefevre. Nico, get up here. And third place winner is Skylar DiMaggio. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our talent. They are so, so amazing. And what I love about this program, and I hope you'll agree with me, is that we started in 2022 and we have so many beautiful success stories. You may recall that in April of 2023, we recognized a gentleman by the name of Sam Sweeney. Sam was a 10th grader at that time, and he's just going on to finish as his freshman year at Berklee College of Music in Boston. This is the talent that gets the exposure and the opportunity and the confidence in the competition that gets them to go to that next level. So ladies and gentlemen, you're winners. Your photo moment. Get up there, baby. Well, yeah, we're gonna do them first with you and then we'll get the hands in. Yeah, you first. Wait a minute, 1 second, I'm sorry. Well, you can do that. All righty, members and parents, please get up there and.
And the rest of the audience.
Good crowd.
Everybody talk short now. Really.
You're sure of it.
Got it already? One last bit of news is to please don't forget that Saturday, June the 20th, Father's Day weekend, be there or be square. It's the 19th year of Fête de la Musique, So we hope to see you all dancing around town and listening to great music.
And it's free.
Okay, we'll open it up to public comments for items not on the agenda. Do we have any speakers?
My name is Michelle Heiberg. I'm a 36-year citizen, mom, and co-founder of Just Gather Wellness, the first digital detox nonprofit in the world. And I'm here to invite the community to an event. And forgive me, I didn't even say good evening. Good evening, Mayor Orgel and council members and city staff. Thank you so much for your hard work and volunteerism. So as the slides say, we hear you, we see you, we love you, and we love our future generations. It was lovely to see everyone gathered up here. And there is a wonderful donor who would like to be anonymous, who has been working with us to help create more unity in Laguna Beach and has offered that we can do these free events with free self-care and food at Alta Laguna Park every single Wednesday, starting on June 24th. Next slide. So we do see Laguna Beach as a holistic wellness pilot for the entire nation, and we are working with other organizations to promote more opportunities to get our kids to go outside and play. We are working with Orange County Mountain Bike Authority. We are working with them for pump tracks that are also skate parks that have Zen zones, tech-free areas. And we are working on fire stop events as well as device protocols for schools and home so that people can feel strong. Children are raised by their families and schools are more efficient for intergenerational mentorship as well. Next slide. So this is where it is. There's a beautiful tree in Alta Laguna Park. It's the shape of a triangle or a pyramid. It's right behind the basketball courts and in between the baseball field and the basketball courts. And there we will be offering these self-care events. Again, every single week, you can know it's there. It's like a family picnic, but no family dynamics. Next slide. So each month, we are just listing what we're doing. These events don't have a beginning, middle, and an end. So you can show up for 5 minutes. If you're not sure you'll like it, you can observe us. The first week will always be a percussion circle. The second will be doing succulent plant making, gratitude embodiment, stretch. And then if there's a week 5, we'll be doing arts and crafts. And now I see I'm over my time. There's one more slide. Yes. So we are scientists. We love technology, but we're realizing that when we know where we're going, we don't need to take our phone with us. So if you want to learn more, please feel free to reach out, but don't necessarily expect an immediate reply. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Orgel, Ed Almanza with Laguna Ocean Foundation, and I'm here simply to thank the council and staff and the community for that matter for your support of our Tidewater Education Program this year. I want to share some results. As you know, we have Tide Pool educators out on 6 sites, and that includes about 3,000 hours over the year, interacting with more than 70,000 visitors, during which time we prevented, we think, at least 9,000 MPA violations. The number of violations we think is going down, even though the number of visitors is always going up. This is a bit like painting the Golden Gate Bridge. It never ends, so we're always out there. But we think it's having a long-term effect and a good one. Laguna Ocean Foundation is also doing a public survey to understand attitudes, knowledge, and behavior of the public. This is not funded by the city, but the city helped us get permits, so thank you for that. The point of that is to get some baseline data so that we can measure the effects of all the work we're doing. That means the work we're doing, city and Visit Laguna and others, towards moving the dial on visitor behavior. Finally, Kelp Fest was on Saturday. It coincided with World Oceans Day and celebrations at the Rivian. Kelp Fest was started 17 years ago by Nancy Caruso and the Blue Belt. And this year we had some terrific exhibitions. Marine safety science was kind of emphasized, which I like. There was some good music, some mermaids, and a good turnout. So I thank the city for helping that happen on the cobbles at Main Beach. All these things are good. We think over time we are instilling a sense of reverence for the coast that leads in turn to public stewardship. It's happening. We just need to hang in there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Carissa Dale. I'm a yoga teacher. I teach for the city through the rec center, and my children attend Laguna Beach Presbyterian. I came at the opportune time because I'm raising money for that guy. I am raising money for the Ocean Foundation. I made a personal goal to do a donation yoga class occasionally throughout my career. I've taught for 20 years, and I used to teach at iHeart Yoga in the Park in Dana Point a long time ago when I began. And I would do donation classes for things like Be the Match Foundation, which I happen to be a match for someone through this foundation. So it's very cool if you've never heard about it. One of the ways that I like to connect with my community as a teacher is to teach yoga to families. And thankfully, we have many beautiful parks here in this city. So I teach regularly at Heisler Park. It's my favorite. And I take Raya's class on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And I decided to teach yoga on Tuesday and Thursday. So you'll see me there at 8:30. And I'm doing a seasonal donation class. So around the solstice of every season, I will donate all of my donations from the class to a nonprofit in Laguna Beach. So around this summer solstice, we did the fairy garden over at the library for the last one for the spring. And on June 20th, right before you go and you dance with, the women later, you're going to come to Heisler Park. We have yoga on the lawn, followed by the Strongest Dad competition. And I know that's a little intimidating for you gentlemen, but don't worry, it's not just physical strength. It's mental strength. So we're going to have you do a children's puzzle. And then you can balance with an egg on a spoon, and we're going to have you do a lap. But the winner of this incredible contest will win a 2-night stay at Casa Loma. And all of these donations will go to the Ocean Foundation and help out with our lovely tide pool educators, who we are then going to go down and meet with all the kids that come. So if you'd like to be a part, I'm always looking for willing victims. No, just kidding. You guys will love it. I'll leave the flyer with the city clerk, and come join me. And then we can all dance and raise money for our beautiful city and, educate our visitors and the children that live here. Because let's be honest, they're going to be our future, right? So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Mike Ruff from Laguna Woods. The Laguna Beach City Council is considering moving from SCE to the Orange County Power Authority for electricity generation. Joining OCPA would mean forcing all the businesses and residents of Laguna Beach out of SCE generation into OCPA. In 2026, OCPA charges 12 to 16% more than SCE, and the total bills are $25 per month per residence. That's a 300-year more for an average residence. Businesses much more. In 2023, the city of Vacaville surveyed residents about joining MCE, another CCA. The survey found 62% objected to the automatic opt-in, and majority had concerns, general concerns. Vacaville City Council voted no. Laguna Beach should commission a survey, first explaining OCPA automatic opt-ins, its higher rates, its financial losses, etc. OCPA is not blanketing Laguna Beach with advertising for a reason. It would raise awareness and questions. Votes, your city council member votes, and in my opinion, misleading the ESG. In 2025, OCPA lost $45 million of their reserves, about half. They are in a shaky financial position, and that's why in 2026, they raised their rates so much more than SCE. The latest data shows OCPA's lowest price plan has nearly twice the emissions of SCE. OCPA won't disclose its energy contracts or CAISO settlements. Half of OCPA's renewable portfolio is actually from SCE, and OCPA pays tens of millions to PG&E and SCE for RECs, which are not actual energy, but mask dirty power. OCPA's purchases tens of millions from SCE and PGE and then marks it up. OCPA is just an expensive middleman. OCPA just presented a 5-year forecast showing their electricity revenues rising even more from the current level. Do Laguna Beach ratepayers want to pay more than SCE and for OCPA's past operational losses? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Vicki Johnson. There's a video. Beware OCPA's advocates, the Climate Action Campaign. This would be Ayn Creation, Tomas Castro, and others. Climate Action Campaign has been given $80,000 by OCPA. They try to influence city councils to join OCPA. Ayn Creation has recently come to Laguna Beach ESG meetings and city council to push OCPA. Next, now here's a video of Creation speaking to a club at my city, Laguna Woods.
Laguna Woods. So how it works in making local policy change in a local city government, often, as in the case in Laguna Woods, you have 5 deciders. These are your decision makers right here. I think we have a few of them with us this evening. So it's obviously Mayor Hatch, Mayor Pro Tem Horn, Councilmember Connors, Councilmember McCrary, and Councilmember Moore. Okay, so these are the people who get to decide if y'all are going to have this choice or not. And so the reason that local change is so great is because if you're looking at the U.S. Congress, we need hundreds of votes to make something happen. Here in Laguna Woods, we need 3 votes. So we don't need 5. We just get to 3 and let the 2 of the rest of them talk about whatever they want to talk about. We just get the 3. And so that's exciting. And
Tomas, are you going to talk about the counter forces? There have been some, like at the Laguna Woods meeting, we had some haters showing up basically. So we want to be sure we're not broadcasting to them what's happening when.
So we just our only caution to you is if you do share information is that we don't want opponents of OCPA to learn that these processes are happening and then derail them. So
this would be a one-on-one conversation with one city council member who is allowed to talk to one other member.
Okay. So that sounds pretty safe to me. Yeah. Any other questions?
As a resident of Laguna Woods, I opposed OCPA. Now I try to warn other city councils. OCPA is risky, and joining it forces the whole city into OCPA for electricity. Don't join OCPA. If OCPA were good for a city, OCPA would not use these tactics that laser focus on the city councils and the ESG instead of informing residents.
Hello, my name is Courtney. I'm here on behalf of Orange County Coastkeeper as well as the Laguna Blue Belt. I'm the program manager of the Aliso Beach Wildlife Habitat Monitoring Program, and I do have a presentation for today. I wanted to start by thanking the city for their continued support to allow us to go down to, Aliso Beach and continue to educate the public on responsible recreation. Next slide, please. So Berm Buddies, it's a seasonal sandbar that forms between Aliso Creek and Aliso Beach. Our survey also covers a little bit of Treasure Island, well, all of Treasure Island. And on there, we're monitoring human and wildlife activity, as well as reaching out to the public on how they can become better stewards of their ocean environment and, better safely recreate in this area and make better informed decisions on how to take care of the berm and, the creek and all of that good stuff. So on this slide, we have a little glimpse of our educational outreach materials. So you can see we provide people with some information on how they can safely explore tide pools, brochures on the berm itself, marine protected areas, blue belt, and we engage with the public in meaningful conversation, as well with kids in watersheds and what it means to live in a watershed and how all of their pollution, no matter how far they are from the beach, will all end up down at the beach. And in 2025, we conducted about 17 educational events, and we had about 133 significant conversations with members of the public. Excuse me. Next slide, please. This is talking more about our report from 2025. In this year, we conducted we had about 13 interns and staff members conduct about 235 surveys where we recorded human activity, wildlife presence, and potential hazards and disturbances to Aliso Creek and berm. These hazards and disturbances include swimming in the creek, viewing the breached berm, disturbing animals and habitat, as well as surfing or digging to surf the creek. And we had about 513 of those total hazards. The bottom graph on the left shows wildlife present in each site. So Aliso, the Berman Creek, and Treasure Island. The Berman Creek, as well as having the most hazards and disturbances, has the most wildlife present. And this third graph helps us better understand the relationship between disturbances and wildlife presence. And that p-value shows us that there is a relationship, a significant one. So when people are disturbing these spaces, the wildlife is affected. So with more funding, we hope to continue this work. And thank you so much for your support.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Dana, and I should have a picture. Hi, everybody. I'm here to announce the Laguna Bluebelt's 15th annual photo contest. Its purpose is to celebrate our ocean's marine protected areas and to show the beauty of them. Everyone, regardless of skill, is encouraged to enter. It's free to enter, and there is a chance to win a $500 cash prize, which is amazing. All you have to do is take a photo that highlights the MPA's beauty and then submit it online at Laguna Bluebelt Photo Contest 2026 by July 1st. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Robin Hall. I'd like to talk about Laguna Canyon Road and the relinquishment purchase of it. I want to begin with a single question that goes to the heart of this decision. When a change is this large, this permanent, and this consequential, who should decide? Because what is before you is not just a technical adjustment to a roadway classification. It's not merely a discussion about percentages of pavement within city limits. It's a decision that will shape the character, the responsibility, financial obligations of the city for generations. We often hear that Laguna Canyon Road represents only a small percentage of Laguna Beach's roadway system. But for anyone who actually uses it or understands traffic flow in and out of this city, it is clear that it functions as a primary artery. It is the gateway into Laguna Beach. It carries a disproportionate share of daily movement, commerce, and access. And that leads to an important financial reality that deserves careful attention. This roadway is under the responsibility of Caltrans, an agency with the technical expertise, infrastructure systems, and statewide resources to maintain it. More importantly, the cost of maintaining and operating this corridor is not borne solely by the Laguna Beach residents, as it is distributed across the broader tax base of Orange County and the state of California. In effect, many people who use this roadway contribute to its upkeep, not just the 22,000 residents of Laguna Beach. If responsibility for this corridor is transferred to the city, that shared obligation becomes highly concentrated. A regional asset used by thousands of daily commuters would become a local financial responsibility carried by a relatively small population. And that shift raises a fundamental question of fairness as well as fiscal prudence. At the same time, the city's financial outlook is already constrained. Like many municipalities, Laguna Beach is managing long-term infrastructure needs, rising maintenance costs, and limited revenue flexibility. Against that backdrop, it seems reasonable to ask why the city would voluntarily assume additional long-term debt exposure, maintenance obligations, and liability risks for a roadway that serves far beyond its boundaries. This is not just a policy decision about jurisdiction. It's a transfer of financial responsibility from a broad regional system to a narrow local base. And that is exactly why the process matters as much as the outcome. A decision of this magnitude should not be made without direct voter input, not as a courtesy, not as an afterthought, but as a matter of principle, because this does not simply adjust policy, it reshapes the city's fiscal and fiscal future. There have been extensive outreach, town halls, representations, and discussions, but many residents have expressed concern that these forums have not fully captured the depth of the disagreement, nor adequately addressed alternative perspectives raised by experts in finance, civil engineering, and landscape planning. This corridor has always represented a tradition, geographically and symbolically, from the intensity of Inland Empire, Orange County, through the canyon into the quiet character of Laguna Beach. Any major change to its governance or development potentially raises legitimate concerns about precedent, future use, and unintended consequences. This is why I'm asking for something very specific. Do not advance the decision without a vote of the people. It is truly the right direction for Laguna Beach, then it will withstand the scrutiny of public vote. And if it's not, then the community deserves the clarity of having had its voice directly heard. Either way, the decision is too important to proceed without that step. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, members of the council. Name is Robert Cosgrove. I live down in South Laguna. And I want to recognize the sessions that were held down there regarding evacuation issues. It was excellent. And I think more people need to be involved in learning about these things. And I want to thank especially Shannon Martinez, who was organizing it. But the police were there, and lifeguards, and obviously firefighters. And it was extremely informative. Good questions were asked. And I hope that we can do much more of this in the future as we find more droughts coming our way, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Mary Locatelli. I hope that the council appreciates all the slings and arrows that our city manager continually takes on behalf of the city at various town halls. I know I personally appreciate his listening to residents at the last town hall and backing it up with actions to secure an extension on the date for responding to Caltrans relinquishment offer. So thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. This is an important issue, and it's important that the city take the time to get it right. It will not only have a significant effect on the future look of our cherished canyon, it also has financial implications for future city budgets. Having said that, perhaps the most important recommendation of residents at the town hall requires council action, and it can be done now. That recommendation was for council to ask residents via a ballot measure whether they agree with taking over Laguna Canyon Road and assuming ownership costs. Now, yes, I realize that a recent survey question suggests that 54% of the city, of the residents asked, support the city taking ownership of the Canyon Road and assuming those financial responsibilities. But the survey posed the question before full information, admittedly now, was given to residents. Specifically, a question remains about whether relinquishment is necessary for undergrounding. And secondly, the estimates of ongoing costs have yet to be provided. So tonight I'm asking the council to do two things. First, to deliberate on whether to include a question on the November ballot asking residents whether they want to accept the Caltrans offer of ownership of Laguna Canyon Road. And if so, secondly, to direct the city manager to provide answers to resident questions in time to include them as part of the ballot measure. I don't see much downside here. This action would minimize ballot costs by tagging on to a scheduled election. It would provide positive confirmation of resident support for future council actions, and it would eliminate further potential delays in the process. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Gary Jenkins with the Laguna Playhouse. The play Red is starting this week. If for anyone that has any interest in art, it's a great play about the renowned artist Rothko. It'll only be here for a couple of weeks, so I encourage you all to get your tickets. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Yeah, my name is Brian Minna, resident since 1964. I wasn't aware this was taken off the calendar. We had people that were coming to speak on this issue, so I'm now jumping up in the consent calendar portion. We had the meeting at the town hall, and I think what came out of it was 35-1 were against this thing. If you give this a vote to the people will speak. Let us have a voice and have a referendum on this. We're not a road building company like Caltrans is. They know how to manage things. They know how to take care of things. They have $12 million budget for an annual liability issue on this. Taking a $14 million payment for a one-time gain just vaporizes like that with one lawsuit. It just doesn't make any sense to take on this burden. The passing from 33 million state voters that are responsible for Caltrans and for Laguna Canyon Road and putting it on the backs of, say, 14,000 people who are actually paying taxes out of the 24,000 voters, residents of the town. I think this is a foolhardy attempt to try and underground the power when I think the power itself will be, what did I have here? It's the power will be, I guess I would say it would be bypassed with future generations of technology. It's going to be superseded. It's going to be a waste of money to take it on just to do that and not look at other alternatives trying to, if you want, we'll still have poles left no matter what you do. So we're not really gaining the undergrounding and the safety, the concerns that are keep being told as fire and safety. It's just not an issue to us. We moved here with the power lines in place. They weren't a priority then. They aren't a priority now. It's just only a fleeting thing to try and get the power underground. And I think we can work it with Orange County Parks and open space and try and work something on that within that right away, within their property. Technology will render this whole undergrounding move, I think, totally useless. We would also, we don't really have confidence in the staff reports that are being reported that of the costs. There's just no way that you can give us a level of comfort with the latest staff reports that we've been dealing with that are just totally full of false, misleading statements. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Good evening, council members. Jennifer Zyder here, and I wanted to concur with Robin and Mary and what Brian just had to say. I'm pleased to see that the council is shelving this, at least until I understand after the elections, which is good. I hope the reason is that is because there needs to be more information, more facts, more investigation into our costs and liability, as opposed to taking it off the calendar so it doesn't impede certain candidates who are running for re-election in November. Segue into a different issue, because right now it's up here to talk about LCR. Obviously, that's off the agenda. So the second issue I want to talk about is I am hopeful that this council is putting together a spectacular 4th of July event for our 250th anniversary of our country. I'm certainly hopeful that that will be the case. I hope that there will be some patriotism for this great country of ours. I don't know if you've been following what's been going on in Washington, but our national monuments are being restored to their initial grandeur. The Lincoln Reflection Pool, DuPont Circle, Columbus Circle, the Martin Luther King waterway. These fountains have been cleaned up after being sprayed with Antifa and graffiti and all kinds of fall into disrepair, have been brought back to their magnificence. And it's a really beautiful thing to see that our monuments are being restored like they should be, like they are in Italy and like they are in other countries. So I'm looking forward to a fantastic celebration on behalf of our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers? Any other speakers? None? Okay, we'll move on to matters for city council and the city manager. We'll start with you, Dave.
I got a couple of items. Yes, Mr. Mayor, let me call those up. First, regarding Laguna Canyon Road, as some of the speakers noted, we did have a town hall. I did take folks' concerns seriously at the town hall. I did ask Caltrans if they would consider allowing us more time to respond, and they came back after a couple of days and said yes. So I appreciate Caltrans thinking of us, because I explained we did need to do some more diligence in terms of long-term liability costs, even though we're a lot closer. And also feasibility with undergrounding and some options. So I made a commitment. I'll make a commitment to the community. I don't want to ignore this. I want to keep working on it with everybody for the next several months so we can get to a point where there can be a better decision, a more educated decision made, at least from the staff's perspective, to recommend up. I wanted to give everybody an update on the promenade a little bit. So as folks can see, several of the new trees are in place, but they're not yet planted. They're still in their boxes with their native soil. We're following the nursery's very detailed watering protocols very closely, especially for the 2 southern live oaks. These 2 trees are experiencing some leaf yellowing and drop. I had a person come into the office today thinking they were in trouble. This shock after removal is normal, and we check with the nursery regularly with photos. Remember, they're also under warranty. We want the trees to survive, but they have a 3-year warranty. The eucalyptus polyanthemus are not experiencing the same shock, as they've been in the containers a lot longer. The bollards are in on the PCH side. If you peek through the fence, the next steps include the arrival of more plants, more trees, the laydown of the decomposed granite, start of the brickwork. We're still on target for having the site open to the public at the last week of the month. And again, we so appreciate everybody's patience, especially the business owners. For full transparency, at this week's Coastal Commission, the South Coast District will notify the commission of what we hope is the final emergency waiver for the project. This is a waiver we asked for when we had to remove that single tree that we had to take down a couple of weeks ago. As I mentioned at the study session, there is a budget discussion with me and Michelle. We'll take all your questions, come with any that you have, and any approaches you want to recommend. We're happy to discuss those in the spirit of Mary Locatelli's taking more arrows. I'm happy to answer whatever comes up at the town hall. That's a week from today, Tuesday, June 16th, here in the council chambers at 5 o'clock. And then almost lastly, Anne-Marie, could you pull up a slide? Thank you. Anne-Marie's right on it. I promised the council I'd give a monthly report from the police department, who has been doing its usual good work in terms of, so this is year-to-date stats. And as a reminder to myself, for the next month, I'm going to make the slide a little bit bigger, the numbers. So what we do is, as of all of 2026 through May, you can see that's the first column of the calls for service. They're up about 20%. Parking citations are up about 13%. Speeding citations are up about 18%. Loud exhaust, 27%. All arrests, 18%. DUIs are down 9%. It's always good. Dogs off leash are up. I know our residents hate those, but that's what the law says. And then drinking and smoking, not in pub, but in public, is up by 72%. So I'll try to keep doing this. I'll do it again this time in July for the June update. So thank you, PD, for all your hard work, and thank you, residents, for calling those in when you do. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kemp? Oh, sorry, Megan, I skipped right over you.
That's okay, because I didn't have anything to report.
I knew that, see?
Perfect.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Mayor. So the police stats, as you can kind of feel when you're in town now, you can feel that summer's about to happen. It's just getting a little bit more crowded and a little bit more busy. And so I was really glad to see the police stats, and I think we're going to put those out in our social media, Dave, and all of our channels. I had a woman stop me today at Heisler. By the way, you should go look at the surf today if you can. It's amazing, crazy high. A lot of people standing along Heisler, along the railings watching. But I had a woman stop me today and ask me, like, what do you guys do about loud vehicle noise? So I was explaining it to her. So I'm happy to see these stats go out. With Clean Laguna, that's our program that we have for trash for the summer. And you can, our trash cans wrapped, and you can see the signs when you come into town. We're also getting a lot of interest from the community and helping pick up. So the Garden Club's going to do something. A number of civic groups are going to do things. Some of the businesses want to join in. So we're getting a good kind of organic groundswell to work on this. And so I'm very encouraged about that. We'll be working with the businesses this week. We're going to have a sticker that says proud member of Clean Laguna, and then they'll put that sticker in their window, and then they'll sweep in front of their businesses or place of business in the morning, and then when they go home at night. So I'm quite pleased with how that's going. Kind of on a lighter note, last Friday, the mayor and I were with people from the Festival of Arts bringing these artifacts over from last year's Pageant of the Masters. It was really hilarious. They were wheeling them on each one of these things was on a pad with wheels on it. And they had a golf cart behind them with a big boombox, and they were playing that Henry Mancini's Elephant Walk. It was hilarious. And they got them across with no problem. And they're going to be on the lawn for, I don't know, a month or so. But it was really kind of, it was a fun community thing. So I hope you can see it on social media. It's really fun, really fun.
Thank you. Councilmember Renagi?
No updates.
Councilmember
Nothing
Whalen?
this evening.
Wow. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll take up
Jones.
everybody's time. Just a couple quick updates. I've had some interesting conversations and meetings. We had a water district meeting. I had a Parks Commission meeting for Orange County Parks. Met with Candu, Penny, and Helen. I met with David Browning of OCMTBA and with Billy Freed. And I also just wanted to give a quick shout out to Chief Bond and Marine Safety. This is going to be a crazy week with that swell and the last week of school and the senior paddle out and everything else. So thank you for keeping all of us safe.
Well, that is a lot for them to handle this week. So I'll just run through my list. I took a tour yesterday, first time ever, of the Coastal Treatment Plant. And I was so impressed with that facility up there. I mean, it was immaculate. It looked like it was just so well ran. And Amber, the person running the facility, is very impressive, very smart, very articulate. Anyway, it's a great tour. Dave and I met with some of the folks from Hortense Miller Garden to kind of iron out some logistics regarding some neighborhood issues. I think we have most of that handled at this point. Met with Kathy Yurka. I met with the civic group at the high school students. We had an economic development meeting. I met with the tennis players and the festival group up here regarding the use of the tennis courts up the street. Had a meeting at the Nix Nature Center with Joanne from Visit Laguna. Met with Casey Parlett and Brittany up there at the artist housing across from LCAD. Again, Sue mentioned the Festival of the Arts and bringing the artwork over on the city lawn here. That was a lot of fun. I agree. It was good and well attended as well, right? Met with Matt Gamau and his client. I'm sorry, I don't have the client's name at this time. Joe Hanauer, Greg Shornow, Joanna Bear, and just to discuss matters around art and arts in the community and elevating art in the community. Had a meeting with Sue Wyden from the Planning Commission. community garden members. Alex and I actually met with some of the community garden members to discuss some of the long-term strategies as far as their ability to retain control of the property. I met with Gina, and I'm not going to mention her last name because I'll just completely mispronounce it, but was representing the Mexican restaurant that opened up where the old Mark's restaurant is. And so they did have some sampling and some things that they're available. And although I couldn't stay long and take part in much of that, I did get to see the ambiance on the inside, met the owners, wonderful people. I wish them the best of luck, and I encourage those in the community to stop by and check the place out. It's really nice. I attended the Laguna Dance Festival fundraiser. That was an awesome event. I did attend Jones. What's that? You can't mention it? Okay, I'll skip that one. The El Morro third grade class, I hosted the visit from El Morro third grade class. They were very excited, very enthusiastic young kids. We had a promenade town hall discussing the entertainment on the promenade and just to gather ideas and from the community as far as moving forward with some of the opportunities around that. I also met with Penny Mill and Helen Shirley. Comprehensive zoning update. Bob and I had a meeting regarding the comprehensive code update. I attended a speaking event at the Crystal Cove Conservancy, and I had the opportunity to meet Kate Heckelbridge there, the woman who runs the Coastal Commission. Very interesting speaking engagement. She did a great job. I really appreciated her input and her what she had to say regarding the future of the commission. We had a centennial meeting. The store opened up down the street, the Curated Life ribbon cutting. Met with Morris Darian, did Tom Jolette's KFXM radio station. I attended Smalls Burger opening, the old location of Diz's. It was awesome. Really, I was really impressed. And it really has the Laguna vibe to it. And I'm really excited. I think it's going to do very well. Met with Glenn Schrank, Mark Gahazmi, John Thomas, Aaron Peluso, and Amy Mack. Amy and her husband just opened a facility, or they're getting ready to open a facility in the canyon, and it deals with disabled animals, and they also have other facilities up in Laguna Hills. It's a veterinarian clinic that they own in Laguna Hills, and it actually offers veterinary services to various animal shelters throughout the area, and very interesting, and I have to commend them for their commitment to animals. So that's it for me, and we'll move on to the consent calendar. Are there any items to be pulled from consent? Yes? No 7, just 8? Okay, that's it then, just number 8?
Mr. Mayor, on item 14, there's a Scrivener's error, so it should be referencing policy 5.1, not policy 4.1.
And again, on item 15, that would not be considered tonight. So that would be excluded from whatever motion you have.
So do we have a motion?
So
Yeah,
I
I'll
would,
move.
go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. I'll move the balance of the consent calendar, noting 15's been removed.
Second.
And the change to 14?
Mhm.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. Okay, we'll go on to item number 8. Ann, you want to approach the podium? Oh, do we have a presentation?
Only if you need one. Yeah.
Well, why don't we hear from Ann first, and then we'll take it from there.
My name is Ann Christoph, and I have concerns regarding the on-call consultant system that you're being asked to approve tonight. And I reviewed the list of recommended consultants, And there are only 2 firms that are local, that are on that list, at least in landscape and architectural categories. And it seems to me that traditionally, major, highly visible projects and ones that are iconic in the city of Laguna Beach have been handled by having requests for proposal go out. And many times, those are designed by local firms. So Main Beach Park, Bluebird Park, Coast Highway Streetscape, Heisler Park, Alta Laguna Park, South Laguna Village Green, all done by local consultants. And with the system that you're reviewing tonight, this is the last time you or the public will be involved in consultant selection or in the scope of work for eligible public works projects. Staff will select consultants from this on-call list, approve their scope of work, and assign the contract. The first you or the public will know of this will be when staff presents a project to the Planning Commission or to the council for approval to go to bid. Typically, the scope of work approved by staff doesn't include a public input process. This has resulted in much dissatisfaction with the submitted designs. Main Beach Park rehabilitation, the South Laguna Fire Station are recent examples that had to be extensively revised once the public and reviewing bodies saw them. This is costly, time-consuming, and generates unnecessary public distress. In response, the Planning Commission has instituted a policy to review concept drawings on all public works projects that come before them, but more needs to be done. As I said, the list before you tonight only includes 1 local landscape architect, 1 local architect. Many of the projects to be assigned are small compared to the projects typically done by the rest of large firms on this list. We have many firms on the list that are very high reputable firms that have hundreds possibly of employees. And that level of firm is not needed for many of the Laguna Beach projects, which involve neighborhood site-specific details. The process needs to be more flexible to allow for local designers to provide services, which can be done more efficiently and with more knowledge of local history and neighborhood compatibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we, I do other public speakers, I'm just going to ask if we can do the presentation or see if other council members would like to see a presentation.
Yeah, I think maybe Tom or Mark, you could talk about something you mentioned in the staff report, and that is, this is not intended to be a consultant list for iconic or noteworthy or significant projects that we would do an RFP process and certainly encourage as many local individuals and firms to apply as possible, but please correct me or so note.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Mark McBoy, Director of Public Works. I have Tom Perez, the City Engineer. And Dave, you're correct. So when we have projects like the South Laguna Fire Station, that was a formal RFP process. The scope of work and the contract with it came to council for approval prior to work being initiated. The way this solicitation worked, we've done this twice before, 3 years ago and 3 years before that. And it was a way to streamline the RFP process, try to save a little bit of time on our capital projects. And so we used Planet Bids. We put an RFP onto Planet Bids. It was downloaded by 261 firms. We received over 100 proposals. There were at least 3 local firms that submitted proposals. They're all on the list: landscape architect, and construction management. Task orders over $100,000 still come to council for approval before we proceed. And so what this does is it allows Dave to exceed the $100,000 authority on cumulative task orders. So if a firm gets a design contract for 50 grand and then one a year later for 70 grand, we don't come back to council for that second one. So that is the convenience of this. It wasn't meant to be that exclusive of a list. Hence, a lot of the categories have a lot of firms on there. But with that, we can answer any specific questions about the process or how we plan to use it. But that's the idea.
Great. Any questions, staff? None? Okay, then I'll open it up to public comments.
Yeah, I wasn't planning to speak on this, but I agree with Ann that you should take advantage of the local knowledge that people have, professionals in the town. I think I've made a lot of suggestions recently on improvements that need to be happening in South Laguna. Those are small things, and they should be directed to people who know what they're talking about and can streamline the process to actually get results quicker than going out and just arbitrarily, appointing other people on whatever's on their preferred list. I think there's a lot of people that can bring a lot of items to the table that will fix a lot of the problems that are been festering in Laguna Beach for a long time, such as the parking and replacements and quick improvements that you can do to up the parking count for the losses that we've occurred in the last 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this matter?
Yes. Good evening. My name is Merrill Anderson, President Village Laguna. And just quickly, I'd like to reinforce some comments made by the previous couple of speakers. And Laguna Beach is blessed in so many ways, including its residents who are super talented, experienced, and willing to help the city take on its challenges. And in fact, many are in this room this evening. So when the city engages residents early in the proposed projects, as Dave Kiff often does, thank you, the results are positive. Not that everyone necessarily agrees with the outcome, but at least people feel that they've had a voice in the process. And in a sense, this is Laguna's superpower, locally designed projects with strong community involvement. And this is especially true with design-build projects, such as Bluebird Park, Alta Laguna Park, South Laguna Village Green, and so forth. All projects designed and built by local contractors. The proposed on-call system could be kryptonite to our superpower. It risks bypassing the valuable ideas and perspectives of residents as city staff goes directly to selecting the contractor, improving the scope of work, and so forth. We ask that you pull this from the consent calendar so there's more time to develop the on-call process. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Other speakers on this matter? None, I'll bring it back to council. Any comments, fellow council
I
members?
understand what Public Works is saying. I mean, I'm fine with it. It doesn't preclude somebody else from working on a project if we need, specialized expertise. But, they have to have some kind of process to, get through some of these big Public Works projects. So I'm fine with it because it doesn't exclude anybody.
One of the things I think you guys all talked about the last meeting, or maybe 2 meetings ago when we talked about the proposed budget, was a more targeted CIP. And I think what I would see ideally is initially you designate, for instance, those projects that need early concept review with the Planning Commission. You could also designate those ones that you think should be not on-call based, that should be specifically RFP based. That doesn't mean you need to stick with that, but that at least gives Public Works some guidance as to where to go forward, which I think might address everybody's concerns.
Any questions?
I appreciate what you're saying, Dave. I think that it's comforting to me to know that this is not an exclusive list, that, we still do have the flexibility to bring in local expertise when necessary. And I like the idea that for projects that might not be huge, but might be very impactful for the town or for a specific neighborhood, we would have the flexibility to rely on some of that local knowledge. That makes me comfortable with this.
Oh, sorry, Bob. So question on this. So if there was like a on-call, because we have the the construction manager, for example, would that person be called from this list and not have to go through the process? Because I know one of the issues that we have, as I see it, is we always do the procurement for the construction manager at the same time as the overall project. And that has never made sense to me, because typically you want to have your construction manager to help come up with the procurement for the general contractor for a project. So will this help us address that issue?
Yes, and so kind of what that process would look like is we would still take this in that instance category, let's say category number 9, and we would still seek multiple proposals within that category to ensure that, we are getting the best quality and also the best, pricing.
Yeah.
But yeah, that does set it up to where they would be available and we could procure with them.
Yeah, so it'd be more like the private sector where you should never just get one bid because you want to have leverage against both of them to make them, bid against each other. But then it's not a multi-week, month process of an RFP, right? That's kind of the goal here.
Right. It saves the time of, putting together that formal RFP, posting it online and going through the review process. So it makes it just a little faster in that respect.
But then but I know that there's a cap on I think it's, what is it, $225,000 for informal bidding?
That's for the Kupka item, which was more construction oriented. For the professional services, we would be able to go up to $100,000.
Got it.
Beyond that, the only difference would be that we would still bring that to city council for review and authority for the city manager.
Thank you.
Bob?
Yeah, just a question for Dave. I mean, I think that's a good suggestion, but when would we do that process? When would we engage in that? Because there are going to be projects where we're going to say, well, this one needs,
I'm hopeful you could do it in the 23rd of this month when we bring the CIP to you. And you could, even if it's not literally in pencil, but a soft recommendation as to things you think should be open to the wider RFP versus on-call. And then if we wanted to stray from that, we'd bring that to you for a decision.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know, maybe Pat can answer this question, or maybe Mark or Tom. So the Planning Commission recently discussed some of the processes as far as when Planning Commission would be brought into a project. And there was talk about a concept review prior to a CIP project getting started.
Yeah, and I think that's what Dave was alluding
Yeah.
to is doing that check-in with council when we adopt the budget to say, here is staff's proposal for the things in the CIP. Here are the ones staff think a concept review before we get started makes sense.
Okay.
And maybe for these others, like a sewer lift station,
Right.
maybe we would just proceed.
Yeah, so can you just walk us through, Pat, what that means then? At what stage specifically would they be brought in to develop the project description? What would they be brought in?
So I'm not necessarily sure it'd be project description. It would be more, concept review is a very, very initial stage. It is meant to be malleable clay. It is meant to be, here's what we are thinking. Please, Planning Commission, go ahead and provide us, large concerns, start from scratch. Hey, you guys are kind of close, tweak it here or there. And so I don't necessarily think I would agree with that it informs the project description, but it is at a very, very early stage to ensure if they want, substantive changes that can be effectuated without kind of starting from scratch.
The other thing I was going to add, though, on the concept review, I do think historically staff wasn't always clear when concept review was required. And so we would, based on a CIP, want to get going on the project immediately. So knowing exactly which ones go through concept review, help us target the more aesthetic design that is going to inform that concept review earlier in the process so that we don't spend too much on resources designing something that needs to get redesigned later. And so I think that would be very helpful direction to staff.
Right, so really understanding neighborhood compatibility, selecting, they could make recommendations as far as an architect selection regarding a particular style, or how do you see that?
Yeah, go ahead. We still have a procurement process we have to go through.
Right, okay.
They can suggest things, but we still have to follow our procurement rules.
And so as I have this discussion, I'm just thinking back to fire station number 4, by
Yeah.
the way. Just to
Yeah, and I
see
think,
what we learned from that.
I don't know if you guys have lessons learned, they're better.
I think one of the things that we learned, and I actually at one of the recent Planning Commission meetings, we discussed this, where we would be looking, for instance, let's say Fire Station 1, we would probably have a smaller scope of work that would be setting up the initial site layouts, and really, because there is work that's required before we can come to a concept review. but it would be a much smaller contract and it would really focus on, how would this look and function? And then based off of the results of that, we would be able to put together either an RFP out to the general public or to one of these firms and move forward with the project.
Great, thank you. So the next discussion we're going to have regarding the CIP projects, there'll be a little bit more discussion as far as process, you think?
I think we'll propose a sheet or some type of document that you folks bless for the year one CIP. And as Mr. Renagi was pointing out, there actually try to look at it in a more long term, but at least the year one, it would include a category or a chart on the column, a column that's set with a check that says this would have early concept review, this may not, and then also this would be subject to a full new RFP. This one could be subject to the on-call list.
Okay, one of the things that I'll bring up then, but I'm just going to touch on it now, is I think it's on Temple Terrace, right? The church that's up there on the hill up by Temple Terrace, and then there's that little water facility next to it. I don't know, it's kind of maybe a pump station. I'm not sure what it is, but it's one of those things that you would drive by and you'd say, oh, only in Laguna Beach. It's where somebody actually paid attention to a building that was 10 feet by 10 feet, So I just wanted to make sure that we didn't forget about those opportunities.
Yeah, and I don't think it's an issue of forgetting about them. It always helps to have your perspective to point them out. But I think the Public Works team's work has really been exemplary. If you look at like our beach access ways and how creative and thoughtful and original those are to Laguna Beach. So.
And I don't insinuate, I'm not
Okay,
insinuating
fair.
that Public Works isn't.
Fair point.
This is a constant dialogue. It's ongoing. You guys know that, right? We always have to, revisit this stuff. Okay, so any other comments from council? Then do I have a motion?
I'll move the recommended action with the additions that Dave mentioned.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes
Aye.
unanimously. We'll move on to, does anybody need a break or anything? Or 5-minute break.
This next item for the public is a presentation by Seth Teagan from Providence Mission Hospital. So with a short break, I know Seth has a PowerPoint to present that Anne Marie will get ready, but we'll be right back. Seth, I appreciate your being here on time, and I missed my target date time for you a little bit, but I appreciate you being here. Okay.
Back to regular business. We're going to start with the presentation by Mission Hospital.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council members. Thank you, city staff. Seth Tigan, Chief Executive at Providence Mission Hospital in Mission Viejo and Laguna Beach. Excited to be with you this evening. You remember at the beginning of the year, we really came out publicly to this group for the first time talking about what we thought the future of the hospital campus was going to be. And at that time, we really talked about no longer running acute care services on that campus. That, of course, includes our inpatient beds, but also I think we recognize the greatest sensitivity in this community is around access to emergency care, emergency medicine, and what kind of impact would that have to the community. So you can go to the next slide, please. This is really our community promise, and I actually like the next slide. I'm not going to spend a bunch of time on this one. I think the next slide, it does a better job of telling the story. This is just the history. If you don't know it, part of what we really believe we have to do is a lot of community education around what our hospital is and what it isn't, in addition to the timeline associated with it. I think everyone understands the hospital's been here since 1959, but there's a couple really important parts of this storyline in here that I want to point out for the group if you don't have awareness. And really, it starts in 2009. That is when Providence St. Joseph Health came in when Adventist Health was going to close this hospital. They had made that decision. They were going to close that hospital. The Sisters of St. Joseph and what is now Providence St. Joseph Health really came and were clamoring at the opportunity to serve this community. And there's a little bit more background around the why. We really view Laguna Beach as our community to serve. Our Mission Viejo campus in particular is South Orange County's only level 2 adult and pediatric trauma receiving center. I have a slide in here that'll show you kind of the hospital designations in the area, but the 10 square miles around Mission Viejo, that includes Laguna Beach and the other coastal communities, we view ours to serve. And that's been true since 2009. And you bring us all the way up to today. So we've been running that hospital as is really for the last 17 years. You can go to the next slide, please. Earlier this year when we said we're thinking about the model for the future and how should that look different, what I would say is we're in the early planning stages. And part of the reason that we wanted to come out early in this year and say we have to imagine a different future together is so it's not a surprise in 2029 or 2030 when all of a sudden we're scrambling to figure out a solution. We very intentionally built in a timeline, and it's an invitation to the city, to our city council, to our community members to be part of this process. And this is just the beginning stage. And what I'm going to share with you this evening is really the preliminary or aspirational goals that we've put together as part of this work, looking at how we can best serve the community. Again, we recognize that access to 24/7, 365 care is probably maybe the single most important item that we've heard from community members here in Laguna Beach, in addition to access to a bunch of other things that I'll talk about on a programming slide that I have. But that's really the point in time we're at. We think we have to do a bunch of community education the second half of this year. My offer to the city council, which I've already shared with Dave as the city manager and others, is any community group that would like the hospital to come and talk about our vision for the future, current state offerings, what the potential current state versus future state looks like in terms of impact services, things that are available in the healthcare setting, happy to do that. So just know that that's a standing offer and one that we think is really important because the dialogue over the course of the next 6 months is really going to help inform the plan. I want you to know that the things I'm going to show with you this evening, they're not final. They have draft all over them. They're ideas, they're concepts, but they're really aspirational concepts that we think could best serve this community. You can go to the next slide, please. Go to the next slide, please. We have some fact sheets around our ER, and I'm just going to verbally tell you a little bit more about our emergency medicine department. I know we have members of our medical staff and emergency medicine team here this evening, along with some other staff from the Laguna Beach Hospital that I'm sure will want to comment on this later. But our ER does amazing things. Let's just say that first. We do amazing care. We have an amazing care team there and an incredible group of doctors. We see about 50 patients a day. Actually, it's about 48. We'll just use round numbers and say we see about 50 patients a day. 40 of those 50 patients drive themselves to the ER. That means they're not coming via ambulance. They're not coming via the fire authority or the police department. They are driving themselves to the ER. Why do people love our Laguna Beach ER? It's because it's easy to navigate. It's easy to park. You can walk right in. Again, we have exceptional caregivers, exceptional physicians. That level of customer service, that is one of our guiding principles in looking at the future. We want to figure out how we maintain that, make it easy for this community to navigate for, again, 40 out of those 50 patients that are trying to access care. Now, your second question might be, or your first question might be, well, what about the other 10? We have about 10 patients a day that arrive on that campus via ambulance. 6 of those 10 ambulances come from the city of Laguna Beach. Now, this is on average. And just so you know, these aren't anecdotes. These are numbers that we actually have, that we've met with fire and police and the healthcare agency and everyone else, making sure we're all singing from the same hymnal. We're looking at the same data. These are accurate numbers. And so 4 of those 10 ambulances come from other coastal communities typically. And why do they select to come to Laguna Beach? They come for the same reasons that patients are driving themselves there. It's easy to navigate, short wait times for our first responders, a great team of physicians and nurses and caregivers to work with. Those things we really think we can maintain in a future state. But if it's not in a hospital setting, that is one of the deltas. We would not be able to accept ambulance traffic. We have spent a lot of time with the fire chief, the police chief, our EMS leader, Dave, of course, other members of our city council, the Orange County Healthcare Agency, talking about, well, what could this look like in the future? And do you have concerns? And I think that do you have concerns is a really important community message as well, is a lot of folks have been quick to point out, remember why the hospital was built. It was built because of an emergency in this community. That emergency in the community and the type of care that's available from our first responders, such as fire and EMS and our private ambulance companies, is significantly different. In 1959, an ambulance was a station wagon with a light on top of it. In 2026, these are really rolling ICUs staffed by paramedics or other healthcare personnel that have access to technology, drugs, and all sorts of other life-saving capabilities that really allow for them to care for patients in a different way and give patients a ton of attention when they're en route to a hospital that they need to go to. You can go to the next slide, please. This is just some data that I thought it would be important for the city council and community to have, and I already really spoke to this. Again, 84% of our patients that we see in our ER are treated and they go home, which I think is great. That also speaks to the acuity of the patient. There's, not 84% of the patients are being admitted to the hospital for a life-saving procedure or diagnosis. Another thing that's important to note, because this has come up through questions through the community, what if I'm having a heart attack? What if I'm having a stroke? What if I crash my e-bike in the canyon? What if I crash on a surfboard at the beach and I might have broken my neck? The reality is today, those ambulances never stop at our Laguna Beach campus. If they do, it's by mistake. And you can ask our first responders directly about that. Really acute things that are called in the field, such as heart attack, stroke, or trauma, they only go to one place. They have to go to one of those kind of designated receiving centers. Here in South Orange County, that happens to be our Mission Viejo campus. You can go to the next slide, please. This is a bit of an eye chart, and I'm sorry for that. So you're better off looking at it in the packet or if you have it in front of you. But I want to draw your attention to the lower kind of right-hand portion of this map. That green box designates Providence Mission Hospital in Mission Viejo. It's also where our Rady Children's Hospital is on the same campus. They run our 54-bed PICU and NICU. You'll notice all these ring designations around that hospital. And if you look at the rest of the map, there's not many hospitals like that. I draw that to your attention because you can also see the Laguna Beach Hospital campus. It has the first 2 rings on it. It is a hospital and it is a emergency receiving center. And really what that tells you in terms of designation is it is there to deal with emergencies, but of a relatively low acuity. The rest of those circles, stroke, neurology, comprehensive cardiac receiving center, comprehensive children's receiving center, and trauma, you can see all of those circles exist around the hospital in Mission Viejo. What does that mean to you if you're a community member or a patient? That means if you're dealing with something really acute, you want to be at the Mission Viejo campus. That is where we have every single specialist in medicine on call 24/7, 365. We have every piece of technology, surgically, invasively, or medically available to you to help you deal with a major crisis in your loved one's life or in your own life. That does not discount the amazing work that we do at our Laguna Beach Hospital. Our Laguna Beach Hospital serves a very important role in this community. I'm just merely pointing out it is lower acuity compared to what is at the major medical center 10 miles up the road or 8 miles up the road. Next slide, please. Next slide. I think this is the really important one that I want to spend a little bit of time on, and that's talking about the vision for the future. So just a couple highlights here to capture this for our city council and community members. We have heard loud and clear from folks, their number one concern is access to 24/7, 365 care. We are, I would say, pretty far down this exploration process of how we can potentially provide that in a future state. We got a lot of work to do yet on kind of the devil's in the detail on this work, but we want to explore how we can provide that a 24/7, 365 experience for the community of Laguna Beach. We are talking to our emergency medicine providers, which is USACS, about actually providing that service in a future state. So staffed by our same emergency medicine personnel, and hopefully also creating jobs for our emergency medicine nurses and other folks in this community. But you're asking, well, what's the delta? We're not going to be able to receive ambulances because this is going to be in an ambulatory setting and not in a hospital setting. The other trade-off is we're not going to have hospital-based beds. So you're not going to be able to admit somebody to the hospital. Just to give you a sense of, well, how many patients do we have in beds on the Laguna Beach campus at any given time? The census over the last 3 to 4 weeks, I look at it every day, has been as low as 9 people on that entire campus in hospital beds, all the way up to probably the mid-30s. 35, maybe 40 at the most. So it kind of fluctuates around with the seasonality, but we would not have inpatient beds in that future state. Diagnostics and imaging, I saw one of our diagnostic techs here this evening. That is something that we are intentional about recognizing. If we want to provide that higher level of care, you'll note I have not said urgent care. I'm not talking about an urgent care. I'm talking about something that really has not been done before for a community like Laguna Beach. Again, that 24/7, 365 nature of the offerings, emergency medicine physicians, the diagnostic tools that we have for our ER, such as CT, MRI, X-ray, ultrasound, and mammography, which is more of an outpatient service, of course, for women in this community. That is in the exploration stage and something we're pretty intentional about having in this new center. Laboratory services, of course, they are a critical part in diagnosing patients when they come in through the emergency department, but also having access as an outpatient to have your labs drawn. And then the big boon in medicine, I think, for this community is the things we're adding that don't exist today. So for many years, we've had a handful of physicians in this community servicing this hospital, many of which are close to retirement. They've been wonderful specialists. They've given their careers to this community. How do we build the next generation of physicians in Laguna Beach to make it easy for you as a community member to come to our campus and get care? Notice I didn't say hospital, I said campus. Come to our campus and get care. We have an anchor tenant that has already agreed to come to the campus through our medical group to provide both primary care and specialty care. And when I say specialty care, that's kind of every ology you could imagine. So cardiology, rheumatology, things like that. And then another question we've gotten is, well, what about our mission statement? Because the last part of our mission statement is especially those who are poor and vulnerable. How are we going to serve the underserved in this setting? We've had multiple conversations at this point with the Laguna Beach Community Clinic about also coming to our campus and being a tenant there and really kind of rounding out all of the medical services that, one, don't exist today in South Laguna that we think we could build tomorrow. 2, making healthcare better. 3, making it more affordable because it's a lot less expensive for you as a community member to get access to something at 2 o'clock in the morning in an ambulatory setting than it is the hospital. And 5, maintain the high level of care that we already exist today on the hospital campus. So that's just a little bit of a vision for the future. You can go to the next slide, please. These are examples of ones we've done recently, and every community is different. I want you to hear me say that. The solution for San Clemente is different than the solution for Rancho Mission Viejo, is different than the solution for Laguna Beach. I think, again, what I want you to hear me say tonight is this is an invitation. This is an invitation to reimagine healthcare in this community together. We are not going to do it in a vacuum. We think we have a lot of good ideas that are grounded in data that we want to get feedback from our community members and community leaders on. But these are just some examples of things we've done recently. You can go to the next slide, please. And then again, the major medical center component of this, another one of the questions I've gotten is, well, isn't the ER in Mission Viejo already greatly challenged in terms of capacity and everything else? We have the busiest ER in Orange County. We have some of the shortest APOD times, which is the ambulance drop-off times in Orange County, which we're really proud of. We rarely go on diversion. And in 2027, we're going to be opening 15 new observation beds and 8 new fast-track beds in our ER. So that's 23 new beds in addition to the 44 we have on that campus today. That's about triple the size of the ER that we have in Laguna Beach. We'll be able to accommodate the really emergent patients on the other campus. And again, if you're really sick, that's where you want to go. That's where the cath labs are. That's where the neurosurgeons are. That's where everybody's there to be willing to take care of you. You can go to the next slide, please. Where we go from here, next slide. And I'll just wrap it up by saying, so we've done a lot of this studying in the first 6 months of the year, and we've shared quite a bit of that data with our first responder community, with Councilmember Whalen, Councilmember Radnagi, and then of course, Dave as the city manager. We are in the listening phase now of kind of how we've laid out this work. So again, would love the opportunity to get out in front of different community groups. I've already had a few of them reach out to me, but we really wanted to make this the first stop. I didn't want to go to the Chamber of Commerce and share this message only to have the city council wondering why they didn't hear it first. So we're trying to be intentional about getting in front of this group, memorializing this presentation for the city, and then happy to be out on the road show answering and looking for community feedback on what we're proposing to do in the future. And then from a timing standpoint, again, we have some time. That's why we came out earlier this year. We really have until 2030 to figure out what the future of that campus looks like. And I have a feeling we're going to need every one of those months and weeks leading up to 2030 to deliver on something really exciting for the future of healthcare in Laguna Beach. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions regarding the presentation from any council members?
Seth, thank you. Maybe just a couple of questions and a comment, and then I know we're going to hear from the public. But, one of the challenges, and you talk about community education, and we just did a community survey, and the question was asked, do you consider it important to maintain an emergency room in Laguna Beach? 88% yes. So we never get 88% on anything around here, and that's a very, very strong and firmly held belief in the community. So just so you're aware of that. The other question that has come up is, and I know you've shared it with us, but I think it would be helpful for the community to hear it from you, is what role, if any, does the Attorney General play in the decision of Providence Mission Hospital to close this campus?
So I guess two things for me to comment on. The 88%, that doesn't surprise me. And just as I've shared with you, Bob, this is where I bring my kids. I have a 15-year-old and 13-year-old. So when somebody crashes the skateboard, zooming down one of the side streets, this is the ER we come to for the same reasons that I described. Amazing customer service, easy to park, easy to walk in, amazing doctors, amazing nurses, amazing, facilities, all the things. So that doesn't surprise me that 88% of the community wants to keep it. I think what we really want to understand more from the community is what are the parts of it that you want to keep and what are the most important things? Is it that, again, 40 of the 50 patients a day that we see are using it the same way that I do? I drive in, park in the parking ramp, walk in the building, check in, and are pretty quickly taken care of. Is that the really important piece, or is it the getting picked up in the ambulance and brought there? I think that would be something that we'll want to unpack, and that we'll maybe try to learn more in these community sessions as we go out on the road show over the course of the summer. My first one actually is in July. It's with the Chamber of Commerce. I've had a couple other community groups reach out to me that I'll get on their calendars, but that's really the feedback that we're looking for. What are the things that are important to our community members? What do they want access to in terms of levels of service? And I think, I don't know this, I think it's the 40 out of the 50 is going to be the most important. I want to be able to pull up my car at midnight and I have a stomach ache and be taken care of versus I fell and hit my head, now you got to take me to the hospital. You want to go to the other hospital. That's where you want to go. The Attorney General question, I don't know if I can fully weigh in on that because I probably don't have all the detail, but happy to get you a follow-up on that. Obviously, when Providence St. Joseph Health took what was South Coast Hospital under its care, there were Attorney General requirements that were part of that, most of which have since expired. Some are still outstanding. So we've been very intentional about meeting all of those requirements and intend to continue to meet them. And again, our intention is we continue to run the hospital in the same capacity that it is today until we have the next thing ready. And that's really, again, what I think is going to take the next 3 or 3.5 years. Answer your question? Yeah.
Other questions? Hallie?
Yeah, can you just walk me through? I understand that ambulances wouldn't be able to deliver patients under this new model. So today, if, I think I'm having a heart attack and my partner drives me to this hospital, you would send me straight to Big Mission.
Yeah, well, I know we have a couple of our emergency medicine team in here. I'll let them speak to
Right.
how about I give you the really high level,
Yeah,
what would
that-
happen?
that'd be perfect.
You would likely have a troponin drawn. You've had EKG. They'd probably take a chest X-ray. They'd work
Right.
you up. They'd say, yes, you're actively having a heart attack.
Right.
And they would likely ship you to Mission Viejo.
Okay.
The question that we often have gotten in the early phases of this is, in a new scenario where you don't accept ambulance traffic, would you still have the ability to take care of me in the same way? That is what we're planning for. That I think is the secret sauce, and the plan is, if you show up in our new health center and you're having signs and symptoms of a heart attack, the ability to still call 911 and get you in an ambulance while you're also getting stabilized from the care team is kind of one of our guiding principles that we're using. We can't accept ambulance traffic in this kind of new aspirational model, but we can send via ambulance like any other business or medical office building in Orange County.
So I would receive the same sort of immediate stabilizing care under that scenario that I would today.
Yeah,
and then
that'd be the
be
goal.
sent to Big Mission. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions?
Yeah, so thank you, Seth, for being here. And this is kind of along the lines of what Bob was saying, questions that we've sort of discussed internally, but I think is helpful for that I want to just ask publicly. So in the way I understand it, the Attorney General is typically involved in when you want to close a hospital. Is that accurate?
I don't think I can speak to the Attorney General process. I'm
But,
probably.
but you're a hospital executive. You can speak to what the hospital process is, right? In California, like typically the Attorney General has to be involved when that was why there was a settlement.
You mean when the hospital was first acquired? The Attorney General signs off on that, yes. And then it
Yeah.
usually has some kind of what I'll call covenants or restrictions that go along with it in terms of services that have to be provided,
Yeah.
number of beds that have to be ran, et cetera.
But then, so if it was under the previous model where it wasn't owned by the same entity, so right? So I guess here's my question: as I understand it, the Laguna Beach Hospital is the department of Mission Hospital.
Correct.
So if it were a hospital in and of itself, which is how we all see it, right? As a hospital, you would have to go through the Attorney General process. There'd be a review on the impact of that closure on the community.
I don't know. I really can't speak to that.
Okay.
I don't have that level of detail.
So
Good question for an attorney.
So I mean, 'cause I hear what you're saying about the data that you presented here, but are you willing to do participate in a comprehensive analysis of what the actual impacts would be?
I think that's the analysis that we're committed to doing throughout the course of this year.
But like with a third party through the city's task force process?
Yeah, so one of the things I've shared with Dave that I think, and thank you for bringing that up, Alex. I know the city has a couple task forces that you're putting together, Alex, that you and Bob are working on, and would be happy to spend time with those. I actually think those are some of the first groups that we want to meet with, folks that are obviously very passionate about the topic and will want to walk through some of the data with. So yes, of course, happy to do that, and happy to have more. It's not just me.
Yeah.
Right. Happy to have more personnel from our team at our health system participate in that as well.
Yeah, and just to confirm, all the available data that could be needed as part of that evaluation, you have no problem providing that?
Yeah, I view the hospital as a community asset, so it's collectively all of our data. It's all publicly recorded, so
Thank you.
there's no hidden data in there.
Thank you.
Well, Seth, to follow, not to beat it to death, but just to follow on a little bit, and we would expect, I would hope, I mean, we can find it out from our side through community resources, lawyers, whatever. But I think what the community is part of what the community is trying to understand is who else is going to be involved in this? Is the Attorney General going to be involved? Is the State Department, Health Department going to be involved? Is County Health going to be involved? We've talked preliminarily to County Health. So we all just be on the same page as who's in the ballgame? Who's weighing in here?
Yeah, I think almost every stakeholder you've listed off, maybe other than the Attorney General, has had a conversation with us at this point around this. So CDPH, Orange County Healthcare Agency, all of the first responders, different city councils. I actually have Laguna Niguel City Council has an ask out to me to come and provide a very similar update that I'll be doing, again, because it's not just a Laguna Beach conversation. That's what we're trying to also articulate is it's a coastal community conversation. It affects Dana Point, it affects Laguna Niguel, it affects San Clemente, it affects lots of places. So yes, very open to being very inclusive and trying to have as many people around the table as possible.
Well, my specific question though is it would be helpful for the hospital to share what it thinks the process it's going to have to go through from regulatory agencies to shut the hospital. That's what we'd like to know. That's
Sure,
specific.
happy to do that.
Yeah, that'd be very helpful because we can, like I said, we can research it on our own side and expend resources to figure that out. But we'd also like to know what your thought is.
I think we know, Bob. So happy to put that together and share it with the city.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. So Seth, so our ambulance service is under the fire department and they transport about 1,600 patients a year. And half of those go to Mission, according to them. So you say we can't bring people via ambulance to this proposed center, but so we'd have to take all those people to Big Mission?
Correct.
And so you're dependent upon the ambulance drivers to determine, well, there is no determination. They can't go to the hospital, right? Problem. That's a problem.
Other questions? I'll open it up for public comments. Please approach the podium.
Hi, I'm Sharon James, Brook Street, Laguna. My mind tends to go to mush when I hear all that data, and I had a different speech plan. But the thing is, we're at least half an hour from Mission Viejo and another half hour to Hogue.
Excuse me?
Sorry.
You're talking to us.
Yeah, I'm saying we're an awfully long way from Mission Viejo. In traffic, in summer traffic, it would be half an hour, 3/4 of an hour. Same thing with Hogue up north. And, you know, I'm hearing an odds game. I mean, the last time we had a fire here was, what, 25 years ago? But we have a viable fire department. Same thing with police. You know, we don't have much awful crime, but we have a really good police department. And as long as I've lived here, we've had an emergency room and a proper hospital. And I'm just hoping council will fight to keep that for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Carissa. I'm actually here on accident. Mr. Teagan, where do you live?
You need to direct us to the council.
Oh, it's for you guys?
Yeah.
I can't ask him. Well, he mentioned he has kids, and so I'm really curious, as someone with children who lives in town. I happen to have worked at Big Mission for like probably 8 years, and then I worked at the San Clemente ER as well. And I just happen to be here tonight. So I'm really thankful that we're discussing this because some of the things that you said
Keep your eye on us.
don't exactly make sense, especially as someone who worked in that ER over there. Because the wait time over there, if I'm being generous, on a night, you're going to be waiting like 5 or 6 hours in that ER wait room. Like when people ask me, what should I do, Carissa? Because I get calls from my neighbors because they know that I worked in the ER. And I say, do not go there unless you're planning on waiting. Go to the other hospital. Go to the one right next to you because you're actually going to get in. And not only that, but like, let's look at our community, even the people sitting up here. What is the average age in our town? It's older, right? It's like
Easy.
55. I mean, like, thank you, Alex. You're a little too young to answer that. But you are looking at a community that needs medical care, right? I mean, like, when I was working there, most of my patients were in an older age range. You're looking at not only heart attacks, which you guys are focusing on in conversation, but you're looking at stroke, okay? If you don't get TPN, I'm a nurse too. It's like, what are the chances that I would be here? But you're looking at getting TPN, you need to get to the hospital within a certain amount of time. The longer you wait before you get those drugs, you will have permanent damage. My grandmother, left side, completely not working. You have to reach an ER. And you're looking at a half-hour drive. And then now we're talking about the summer. We're all going into the summer in Laguna Beach. We're supposed to have the busiest summer on record, am I right? Like that is what I read the other day. Our city is having the busiest record summer, and you're looking at traffic. Everybody's looking at the traffic going down PCH, complaining every other day. But my question is, you're going to get rid of the one hospital. The only reason that they're not doing these procedures at this local hospital is because they moved all the surgeries to Big Mission already. They've been planning on doing this for years. And I happen to work in the ER where they were talking about it.
No clapping. It's just waving your hands, guys.
But I do think that this is absolutely ludicrous. Like, as someone who worked in the hospital, you're looking at cutting people off from necessary access to healthcare, not only for the older community, but for the visitors that are coming here, getting in accidents on the beach. You are literally begging for trouble, and it cannot be replaced by an urgent care because there are certain laws. We cannot provide certain care in an urgent care. It's against the law.
Thank you.
Okay, well, there you go.
Mhm.
Thank you guys for hearing me out.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name's Ron Geisman, and I live in South Laguna within walking distance of the emergency room. I have to correct Mr. Teagan on one point that in his presentation. He said that ambulances automatically go to Mission Viejo. Well, I had a serious cardiac event in my cardiologist's office at the end of March in the building in front of the hospital. And Laguna Beach paramedics were told by the cardiologist, take me to Mission. They said, no, sir, we take him to Laguna Beach. So I took an ambulance ride for 300 feet from the front building to the emergency room. There are only two real questions, and they really need to be focused on. The first is the simple fact that if we lose the emergency room, especially during summer months of weekends, we are going to lose people's lives. They are not going to make it to an emergency room in Mission Viejo or in Newport Beach. That's the first point. The second point is if Providence is allowed to put in an urgent care in place of a hospital here, it will no longer be serving the low-income and no-income people of this community. They will no longer have access to health care. They will not have insurance. They will not have the cash to pay to be seen. I think both of these are critical issues. I was in the emergency room again within the last week, and I talked with 6 different people on the staff, ranging from physicians to technicians to nurses, and there was not a single one of them that had anything positive to say about the relationship with Providence. It was that simple.
Thank you. Next speaker.
You're either going to be known as the council that saved the hospital or the council that let the hospital go. And I have a physician at Big Mission. I know how long it takes to get there, depending upon the time of day. I have a physician at Hogue. I can tell you that no matter what time of day, it's a long, slow drive. It's difficult. So we have currently a building with a 3rd and 4th story. I was on the 2nd floor having a baby. And I can tell you, it's a beautiful view from up there. It was a nice distraction. But I can say also that the 3rd and 4th floor could be used very effectively for senior living, assisted living, low-cost housing. That building is strong and it should be utilized for the residents of Laguna Beach. When I run into people usually standing in line at CVS Pharmacy, I say, do you know the hospital's leaving? They don't know. I would think that there are a lot of people in town that really don't know how important this is. I'm asking you to make this your mission to keep mission to make sure that we don't lose that hospital. Think about a doctor who's trying to decide where to move. Do you think they'd want to move to Laguna Beach where they can't put their patients in a hospital? They have to go drive someplace to see the patients that they have? If you were living out of state and you were trying to decide where to move and you're, well, Laguna Beach, you know, the house is only $5 million, right? That's probably what they're looking at. But there's no hospital there. How would they feel if the money isn't a problem, but realizing there is no hospital? At the beginning of this year, when the feds started cutting things off, you'd hear these sad stories about people in rural areas that used to have a hospital, and then they didn't have it, and where they had to drive to get to a hospital. Well, we're going to be like one of those rural areas if we agree to this. We need to, and we hope that you make this your goal, is to keep that hospital.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Brian Minna. I want to do one case that I helped save a neighbor's. He called me at around midnight and said, I think I'm having a heart attack. I went over to his house. He was on 8th Avenue. He said, do you want me to take you to Mission or do you want me to take you here? And he says, I don't think I'll make it to Mission. And we took him to Laguna right here. And they told us that he's having a massive heart attack the minute we got in there. So if he had been in my car and I'd been driving to Mission, he would have been dead in my car on the way there. And I just don't think that's acceptable. I think you've got to have the services. And for Visit Laguna to get 7.5 million visitors here and to not have a hospital, you're asking for one thing, but you're not providing for the other. That's not even realistic. So I would suggest that you make every effort. I don't know the details about the building. I think the front building that's 4 stories or whatever is not earthquake proof, but I think you could adapt other pieces of the property or you could rebuild that front portion. But having it move out entirely, I think I don't know what the statistics are for San Clemente that's left and no longer has a hospital. How many more people have died on the way to the hospital? But I think that's real for the distance that San Clemente has, even though they got a freeway access. So I would make every effort to save it and to provide for us. I also think it should be expanded to have maternity. I think that was a really, my son was born there. It was a beautiful place, like Tony said, to have a child. The views are great. It's a nice, quiet hospital. But you've got to provide more service to make it a thing and not just feed everything back to Mission. Because I was in Mission 3 years ago and I was in agony in the front room there for a good hour waiting to get a bed. And if anybody knows kidney stones, you can't wait. It's just too painful. So adding the distance and having this many visitors that we have is not a good combination. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Bob Cosgrove, a second time. I have one experience that I simply want to share with you, and it's just one experience. But I had a heart issue, and they said, you need to go over to Mission. And somebody told me, don't go there. They take a long time to get you processed. I went there, and it was several hours before I got in to see anybody. Now, that one time doesn't make or break anybody, but it is a concern, and especially when we have traffic issues in the summertime, getting people over there. So I hope that you will take this to heart, that you'll have the community get more involved in it, because we're the ones living here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
And Christoph, I've been working on the history of the hospital and the history of South Laguna, and and my own personal experience of the hospital since I've lived here. And the community joined together to create the hospital in the first place with 72 beds in 1959. And periodically, I was living here, and Fred and I were working on various community plans. We'd be involved with the administrator at the hospital. And every few years, there'd maybe be a different administrator. And every administrator would say, oh, the hospital is struggling. Oh, we're not going to be able to keep it open. Oh, we need another office building so that we get more doctors. And then we'll have more patients because we'll have doctors will be sending their patients. So we approved, we went along with all that. They built the east building, and then they built the west building. And then they wanted to put in a cancer center, which also was a big community controversy because it was another building on the campus. And every time there was a crisis at the hospital, the community came together and raised money and found solutions to keep that hospital open. And I see this as just another one of these crises that we have to pull together as a community and address and keep our hospital. I don't think there's another acceptable answer. It seems to me that systematically Providence has reduced the services at the hospital. So we got rid of maternity. Then we got rid of outpatient laboratory services and have to go to Big Mission to get your blood drawn. That took, instead of 15 or 20 minutes, 2 hours of waiting just to get a blood draw over at Big Mission. So I think they're taking services away from us, which means then people aren't going to be in those beds. It's not that there's not a need for the hospital beds. It's that the doctors have been discouraged. They've been told not to have their offices there anymore, that they should move somewhere else. And to me, it looks like systematic degradation of the services at the hospital. So I think we need to take action, and I appreciate the council's work on this, the creation of the task force and all the wonderful things that I'm hoping you're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers?
Good evening again. Merrill Anderson, Village Laguna. And first of all, we appreciate how the city has responded by moving forward with this committee, engaging the community, and also having conversations with hospital leaders. And thank you very much for being here. And so we feel that, from our perspective, having a greater understanding of what this reimagining is going to be about will help us together find a better way forward. But closing the ER, in effect, closes the hospital. Laguna Beach already has urgent care facilities. Plus, many of the satellite doctors' offices they will relocate to other hospitals. And what's left will not be sustainable. And this poses potentially dire consequences for the lives and health of Laguna Beach and Data Point residents and others and visitors, especially in the case of a citywide or state emergency. So we in Village Laguna are here to help in any way, find a solution, and believe that together we can find a better way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Aaron Peluso. I have the distinct pleasure of having been transported by ambulance 3 times in the last few years to South Coast Hospital in Laguna Beach. And one of those times, interestingly, was a undefined blood pressure loss that could have been a heart attack, and I was transported there. I just wanted to speak a little bit about, what Ann was touching on with the services being gutted and just bring, one personal story into that, which is my son he's 7 now. I think it was shortly after they closed the maternity ward there. Our OB was at the Laguna Beach Hospital, and we still had to be in Mission. My son was almost born in the car. It's kind of a miracle that he wasn't. We got to Mission, and it took us, I think, about 45 minutes to check in and get all the insurance. So he was almost born in the lobby. And then finally, we did not make it to our designated room. We had to, we had to duck into a room that was not even cleaned yet. And my son was born there because it took so long for us to get to Mission Hospital. And it just seems to me, I don't understand why there is not enough demand to keep this hospital. When I was looking at the map that was presented earlier, there was a large density of hospitals in Mid and North County. And in South County, there's only 2. And they're both owned by the same hospital, and they want to close one of them. And that just seems like a concentration, it seems like a cost benefit analysis to them more so than a lack of demand. And so, I'm willing to listen to, what can be done without an ER. But, if it's going to be any significant reduction in services, I think that we need to fight to keep it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers?
Good evening, council members. My name is Jerry Rubin, 16-year resident of Laguna Beach. My 2 daughters attend Thurston. Son is a junior at Laguna Beach High School. I'm the principal at Sightlines, currently designing the Flying Leatherneck Aviation Museum, 132,500 square foot facility at the Gray Park in Irvine. In this function, I'm in tune with current construction costs, understand how to challenge and manage RFP bids, and I do not accept the $350 million estimate that was put in front of the city, suggested to upgrade the existing Mission Hospital. Additionally, I have some recent experiences with EPA and DTSC processes that may come up in this project. I'm looking to volunteer on whatever committee you might be putting together for the citizenry. But tonight, I didn't hear much about the dollar figures associated. I'm trying to grasp whether or not there's actually a negotiation here. People have been saying, please save the hospital. Has management already decided to walk away from potentially saving my life or saving the lives of my family members? I'm pretty emotional about it because what I'm hearing is there might not be any discourse left to be done here. So first of all, perhaps you've already answered these, and I apologize if this asked and answered, but I'd like to better understand who owns the land and whether there's any stipulations that that land has to be used for ER hospital care. I'm trying to make sure that the city's got our backs in that, where there's no secret developers waiting in the wings to come in and swoop and build a luxury hotel. So I just need to know whose side the city's on. And the other thing I'd like to better understand is, again, if all we're going to get is really, really good urgent care, we've got that. Does the hospital have the right of first refusal to just only offer that and preclude competition? So thanks for your time.
Thank you. Other speakers?
Let's not kid ourselves. It's all about money. So I don't think there's any person in this room that wants that hospital to go away. And what I will say about the whole healthcare and medical delivery service, in the past 5 years, my family, we've been in ER a few different times. And one was real life-threatening. Brian was actually like 3 hours away of dying. And thank goodness we were at Big Mission, but we were at Big Mission because COVID was happening. And it took us 3 days to figure out if it was critical enough to get to it, because we're kind of those hard-headed old peasant stock that, you don't go unless you're bleeding or dying of pain. And that's basically what happened. But it's a real conundrum because it is a profit hospital. I don't care what they say. Oh, and by the way, my sister, Aunt Frances, she's passed, but she was one of the St. Joseph nuns. So, we have ties here. But as you drive through Orange County and as you drive through South County, it takes you a half hour to get anywhere anymore. And we're at we're at the south end. So when you're in the village, can you even get out the canyon? But I don't know short of what you're going to be able to do, because it's a profit center for them. And yes, they have stripped the services in the last 5 years. We had Tori 27 years ago. I was the only baby in the maternity, and that was lovely. And Brian walked 2 blocks. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But we do need this community base. For those of us, we can go to an urgent care, but there's times, and we've had these times here in the last 3 years, where the pain was so intense that the triage, and they're already shooting you full of Demerol to quiet you down, to try and figure out, to triage, to do whatever. So it's really sad that the business model has stripped the service and level of care at our local hospital. And I genuinely don't know what you're going to do. And a luxury hotel, it's zoned institutional now, so that would have to be upzoned, but we're rezoned, but whatever. Anyway, I do support still having the hospital there. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers?
Hi, my name is Amy Van Newland. I'm not much for public speaking. I've spoken before. I do work at the hospital, but as a member of the local communities, I use the hospital myself, and I use it very often, maybe too often, for my family. I appreciate the council in asking the questions that were asked tonight. I think looking at the importance of having an emergency room there and access to that level of care, I appreciate Seth and the look into the future of medical care. I just don't understand today how we can see having this upper level, or not urgent care, but higher level system available to us, saying that we can use the medications that we use currently in the emergency situation, such as somebody that is either misguided in the eyes of Seth's comment, saying that you wouldn't go to our facility, but come in with chest pain, having a heart attack. We do start our treatments. Our traumas, we evaluate them. I'm asking that in the conversations going forward, that the community and everybody is involved in what really it is, not we're hoping to do this, but can we do this going forward? I also agree, we do a lot in ambulances and our local fire, taking patients from one place to the other. They are much more mobile units. However, we do start our care there. And I am concerned by closing that to emergency traffic, that those people will have to wait a much longer time to get into Mission Viejo. Even given the tower being built and the extra beds, there's just not enough in my eyes to cover where we are today, let alone in 5 years. So thank you for taking all this into the consideration and opening the conversations to the community.
Thank you. Other speakers?
I'm very sad tonight. I'm sad that this ER and this hospital that I've spent so much time in with so many friends, with my husband, myself. This is the ER that diagnosed my brain tumor. This is the ER that saved my life because I was asymptomatic. And when I finally had surgery 7 years later, because of a pretty inept doctor at another location, the benign meningioma, grade 1, WHO in my brain had invaded 2 non-regenerative parts of my body. And if it had not been for this ER, I would never have known. The doctors kept saying, do you deny headaches? And I was like, what do you mean deny headaches? I don't have any headaches. And yet this thing was growing in me for 7 years. And the people who caught it were not the big fancy hospitals with all the super duper equipment unavailable to us. It was the wonderful people at this hospital who came to me and said, you know, you don't have a bleed, you don't have a fracture, but you do have a brain tumor. And because of them and the wonderful Dr. Michael Trong, who is at Mission Viejo, I got into another Providence doctor in Santa Monica, Daniel Kelly, and I went to that hospital one day and I walked out of that hospital the next day after surgery and asked the doctor if I could walk back to my hotel. And that's why I can't say anything but wonderful things about Providence hospitals. But I do know, and I have heard, I've been walking blocks and miles to save this hospital. And all I hear from almost anybody is, I went to Big Mission, I was treated terribly, I didn't get good service there. I love this hospital, like Tony. My child was born in this hospital. This hospital saved my life. There's a 32-year-old young woman who runs 10 miles a day, and she said, this hospital has saved my life twice in the last 6 months. That's what we have here, and that's what we cannot let go.
Thank you. Other speakers? Any other speakers? None, I'll bring it back to council. Who'd like to start? Bob?
Well, I appreciate the input from the public and appreciate Seth being here tonight. I mean, as Seth said in his comments, they're just at the beginning of the process trying to understand what they want to see. We're just at the beginning of our process as well. We have had the interviews for the hospital task force. Several of the people are here tonight. And on the 23rd, we will officially appoint the task force members, and then we'll start digging in and working to understand what this community wants and feels it needs as essential services. I think the real rub is the emergency room. I mean, you've already heard Seth describe they want to bring more services in. I believe that. I think they do want to bring more services in. I think they're going to have this advanced medical care center, but which will provide more than is currently there today. But the emergency room is the rub. That's the rub. We got to figure that out. So anyway, I look forward to working on the process. I look forward to further community input. And we will obviously schedule Seth to come to the hospital task force as soon as we're up and running.
And you envision periodic report outs you can share with the community as we move forward?
Yes, we will, for sure.
Great, thank you. Other comments? None, Alex?
No, I have comments. So yeah, I appreciate everyone who spoke tonight. I appreciate Seth, you for being here as well. I think that there was a comment made about, who owns the land, what power do we have? The challenge here is that we don't own the land. We looked at the title report. There used to be a covenant from the James Irvine Foundation that required the continuance of a hospital, and we got very excited when we saw that, but then it was removed several years later, so that doesn't exist. So then at the end of the day, I think it really comes down to the city's land use powers, and that's our leverage there, both as I think a carrot and a stick. I'm sensitive to the fact that it is hard the economics of running a hospital are very difficult, and I think that there's an opportunity where we could try to come up with a win-win solution with Providence, where we can continue to have an ER operating, because I'm not fully convinced yet that there will not be a negative impact on Laguna Beach residents, and I think on the region as a whole. And so I'm looking forward to getting more data, continuing to understand all available tools that we have to come up with a solution here, and to really move forward in a way that does not undermine the health and safety of Laguna Beach residents. So it's a complicated issue, but it's one that I think that we really need to go all in on and try to find a solution, because it couldn't be more important. I really do appreciate. I was very impressed, as I always am whenever we have city committee and commissions appointments, about the caliber of the residents who applied to be on the task force. It was Bob and I are still finalizing the list, but it was a very tough decision to pick people, because we just had of all the caliber of the talent. So it's a good problem to have in this case. And so I look forward to a lot more work on this and a lot more collaboration. And I think, as the mayor said, transparent communications with the community. So thank you.
So Alex and Bob, when we did the promenade, they did that website. Jeremy built it, and it just kept the public abreast of all of what was happening. It had everything up. Do you guys envision something along those lines, Q&As and just general data as you guys move forward?
Yeah, we do. We've talked with Dave a little bit about that, and
yeah,
there'll be a central repository for all that.
Perfect. Okay, great.
Mr. Mayor, I forgot to mention that on our last slide. We do have a standalone website that has a bunch of the FAQs, data, and stuff that's readily available to the community. Forgive me, I forgot to mention that. It's in my last slide. It's in your packet, so you can look at it. I forget the exact, there we go, lagunabeachcarefuture.org. That has all the FAQs. It has a lot of the EMS data on there around our ambulance traffic and the type of patients that we see. It has also some FAQs and some patient examples. And then there's also a place on there where you can submit a question. And so I think those questions will be really helpful for us from community members as we're out talking to the community. It'll help us kind of populate a FAQ kind of live and be able to go out and answer some of those questions. So thank you for asking that question. I forgot to mention that in my remarks.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. This is receive and file, correct? Okay, well, thank you, everybody, and we'll move on to the next. Okay, we'll move on to 18, Village Green Park Playground Design. Jesus Christ, something's going on with my eye. I need to go to the emergency room.
Now.
Good evening.
Good evening.
City Council. Pierre Sawaya, your Capital Program Manager with Public Works. And with me is Alexis Braun, our Interim Director of Transit and Recreation. Here to present tonight the item number 18, which is the Village Green Park Playground Design. Excuse me. To provide some background, nearly 1 year ago, the Playground Master Plan was adopted by the City Council. And that Playground Master Plan serves as a strategic guide for the city for future planning and investment in our city playgrounds. During assessment of our playgrounds, Village Green Playground was assessed and given the highest priority for replacement. And as a result, that was factored into our CIP program for replacement. Much of the considerations for that playground was centered on safety and accessibility. Following the PMP adoption in the summer and fall of last year, city staff hired a consultant to develop the conceptual civil designs for the site to incorporate that new playground design. Concurrently, in November of 2025, upon request, staff did meet with the South Laguna Civic Association as they had concerns about the playground design. And during that meeting, they expressed concerns about the design, also wanting to retain the original character of the park. So coupled with South Laguna's feedback at that meeting, and with the civil designs that were started in winter and spring of this year, several options were developed, which we'll go into in a little bit more detail. Shown on this slide is option 1, which would incorporate the draft PMP playground concept, which was in the approved master plan. This playground would entail grading the playground area to be flat, and that would to address and improve the accessibility around the playground. In its current state today, the playgrounds are sort of tilted from a high side to a low side. So looking at our cross section here, the upper playground is shown on the right side of that section where that red line is. It's divided by an existing retaining wall, and the lower tot lot is on the left side of that section at a lower elevation. So you can see a significant drop from the right to the left. And doing a full ADA grading as part of this option would essentially help flatten that site, and that's shown with the green and the gray colors in that section. Grading out to that would involve a cut on the high side, as shown as approximately 2.6 feet, and it would also involve a fill on the low side of almost 2 feet. So again, this would flatten the site out, but also solve that accessibility problem to the playground by ensuring that the walkways surrounding the playground are at or less than 5% slope, and that would not require any handrails around those walkways. Shown on this slide is option 2, which also incorporates a revised playground concept design and introduces reduced grading. So we can kind of look at this as a hybrid approach that does retain some of the existing elements of the park. As shown on the right, we can see the existing retaining wall, which divides the upper playground from the lower playground, would be retained. Play panels would be added to those railings at that retaining wall. Efforts would be made to retain the existing tree stump and plaque on the east side of the park, shown on the on the upper right. And this concept would include partial site grading, so it would include a cut on the high side as shown on the section, and keeping that retaining wall intact, you'd be looking at sort of matching the grades on the low side of that playground of the tot lot, which could be shown on the lower left corner of the section. However, to introduce this kind of concept, it would entail regrading all the walkways to also be accessible. However, those slopes would be less than 8%, which would entail handrails that do wrap around the surrounding walkways that go around the playground. And lastly, option 3, and much of it based on our conversations with the South Laguna Civic Association, would look at preserving the existing playground character. What that entails would be retaining the existing playground equipment where they are today. It would look at replacing worn out equipment in kind. Staff has reached out to Columbia Cascade, the original playground vendor, and they have confirmed that they do have some of that playground equipment available for replacement. This option would really include minimal site changes. So you could look at possible landscape maintenance items, looking at perhaps changing out some surface materials. At the lower tot lot, there's rubberized surface with sand. It could possibly be looking at replacing the sand with some wood mulch, which would match the upper playground area. But however, this option would not include any sort of grading or accessibility improvements to the sidewalks that currently surround the playground area. So it'd be kind of looked at more as a maintenance approach more than anything. So to simply recap the design alternatives, As far as incorporating a new playground, options 1 and 2 would do that. Option 3 would just be replacing parts as needed. Accessibility improvements to ensure the walkways around the playground are addressed and ADA compliant would be addressed in options 1 and 2. Option 3 would not touch that walkway. Site grading would be considered significant in option 1, which could entail retaining walls on both the east side and the west side of the park. Option 2 would be still include site grading, however, more moderate by keeping that retaining wall in the middle of the park. Option 3 would not entail any site grading. Handrails would only be required in option 2 at locations where walkways exceed 5% but are less than 8% to meet ADA requirements. As far as tree and vegetation impacts, option 1, just due to the flattening of the entire site and requiring retaining walls on either side, could see some tree and vegetation impacts to the surrounding landscaping and trees that surround the playground areas. Option 2 would be a little bit more moderate on that end, just due to less of the grading on the low side. And option 3 would be minimal to none. And lastly, our character retention. Option 1 would be low, as it'd be a whole scale flattening of the site. Option 2, as we discussed, would retain some of the existing elements. And option 3 would be high, where you're not really touching the playground equipment or the park. Looking at financial considerations, it's clear that the options 1 and 2 would entail the highest cost just due to a lot of the grading required, redoing the walkways around the playground, introducing retaining walls, and so on. So we could be looking at rough estimated costs somewhere between the $800,000 to $900,000 range. Option 3 would be the cheapest, as it wouldn't be doing a lot of work to the playground areas. As it stands today, the available budget for that project is a shade under $500,000. If council were to provide direction to move forward with options 1 and 2, then we would come back for an appropriation to bridge that gap. And from a high level, just the next steps moving from here, and depending on the feedback and direction received from City Council tonight, staff would work with the consultant and the playground vendor to complete the playground design, move that forward to Planning Commission for design review approval, and move the project into construction bidding and ultimately begin construction on the park and the playground. That concludes this presentation. Well, let me get to the recommendations. First, it's to receive tonight's presentation, provide direction to staff regarding the preferred design approach for the playground, and lastly, to find the recommended action does not constitute a project within the meaning of CEQA. And that does conclude this presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions of council?
Yeah, I don't know whether this is for the city attorney or for Pierre, but to me, there's two issues here with respect to the ADA. One sort of legal and the other sort of policy, right? But what's our legal obligation with respect to if we undertake a project there with respect to achieving some ADA compliance?
Councilmember Whalen, generally speaking, when we engage in improvements on our property, we need to consider ADA compliance as part of those improvements. So what we're looking for, I think, in doing this would be, that doesn't mean the entire playground would have to be ADA accessible, right? So a lot of times you'll see a component offered as ADA accessible. There will be like an ADA accessible swing, for example, or something along those lines. But as we engage in our own improvements, we do need to consider ADA accessibility.
Can I ask a follow-up legal question on that? So what if, so for example, we haven't been doing ADA accessibility at this park, and I think the ADA was established in, what was it, the 80s or 1990? And so there have been improvements since then. As I think they were saying out there, I grew up this park, I know it well. What is the ADA, what are the implications of not following the ADA in this instance? And why has it not been an issue so far?
Typically, it's claims driven for the city. So there's not typically, for example, like an ADA audit that we receive, but rather someone will make a claim against the city and we will assess our ADA accessibility individually. So I don't think, and I think the Public Works team would probably know, but to my knowledge, we've never received an ADA claim here. So that could very well be why. I also think it depends on the nature of the improvements as to what extent, before we're required to make a change for accessibility.
And Bob, did you have another question? Because I interrupted
Well,
you.
no, the other's a policy discussion we can have at the
Okay.
end. There's a legal aspect to ADA and a policy aspect.
Questions and stuff?
Yeah, I have a question for staff. So I appreciate the time. I set up a meeting with city staff and two parents who have young kids who have an interest in this park. And going into that meeting, kind of my and I'll get to my question. Don't worry, I'm not doing a comment. My inclination was to
Sneaking
think,
one in.
why not just keep it the way it is and then replace the equipment. During that discussion, it was indicated that you had can you talk about, you talked to a provider of this equipment and how they were unwilling to essentially do it without ADA. Can you describe that?
Correct. So once you start replacing equipment wholesale, you start to trigger a lot of those safety and ADA requirements at the playground site. So if you're going to take out that old equipment, put in new ones, you got to make sure that you do meet those, elevations. You've got a flat surface, a rigid surface that children can play on. So there's a lot of those triggers that are required once you take that approach. And that's why we looked at it in that vein of, if you don't touch it, you can only do so much, right? But once you start pulling pieces out and replacing it, it does trigger a lot of those safety requirements and building code requirements.
And so what would option 3, if we were to do that, would we just be able to replace equipment within different structures? We wouldn't be able to or describe what the future would look like in an option 3 scenario.
It would be replacing in-kind pieces of equipment. So if there's a member or a piece that's rusted out or doesn't look like it's in great shape, we could work with the vendor to get that replacement piece, replace it, make sure that it's more sturdy or durable. As I alluded to, for material, we could look at replacing, the sand on the lower lot with some wood mulch to match the upper lot. But beyond that, there's not a lot that you can do as far as pulling out any pieces of equipment and putting anything new. It's more of I'd call it a maintenance or repair job.
Okay. Thank you.
Sue? Okay, then I will open it up to public comment.
My name is Ann Christoph, and I have a slideshow. But I'd first like to address the issue of the ADA. I designed this park twice, once in 1977 and once in 2003, and ADA was considered both times. The ramp on the south side, the walkway on the south side was specifically designed not to exceed the slope for a ramp. And the grades on the sidewalk were designed conforming at that time and were checked. The access to the play equipment conforms with ADA. The safety distances around the swings, the safety distances around the equipment were all conforming to ADA. So I don't understand why there's suddenly this wholesale reconfiguration of the topography that appears to be necessary. I don't believe it does. I think some of the things that we could do to improve ADA would be to add some handrails, redo the steps, make the steps more secure, and possibly we could add a handrail along the outside of that pathway that goes up. I don't think there's a major overhaul that's necessary for ADA. So I just wanted to give you some, I hope I'll get a little bit of extra time because I have some information to convey. So this slide shows the opening of the park in 1977, and that's Supervisor Tom Riley at the podium, and our president of SLCA on the right, and myself on the very right. And we were celebrating the opening of the park. And that took place 4 years after community efforts worked so hard to get the park land acquired. It was a huge project, and we had to convey, she's laughing because I don't look like that.
Is that you with the bangs?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You do still have the bangs.
Still have the bangs, they're just a different color. Yeah. So this is a little deceiving because it all seems all wonderful, but it was such a struggle to get it. We had to convince the county that the children in Laguna Beach couldn't just use the beach all the time for their play experiences. Okay, next.
Kind of looks like a little Woodstock there, Ann.
Bands, like a band or something.
Yeah, well, we had a slogan. The Civic Association's motto is in Latin on that little thing. It's
We were just wondering what that was. What-
Via Toma Pusipes Vincit. It means we conquer in the name of the wood rat,
Oh.
which is.
That sounds Woodstock related to me.
Yeah. So the whole thing about making this park was that the parents did not want a park that was chain link, enclosed, sterile play equipment, which was very common at that time. And they wanted it to be rustic. They wanted it to be creative. That was in the days when creative play was really being promoted. And so we had two architects on our design team, volunteers. Blair Ballard designed these gates, and next, Todd Stoutenborough designed the treehouse, and this was a hand-tied community-tied rope climber that was designed by a sawdust exhibitor, and she supervised the community in creating this rope climber. Next. So there's the treehouse, and there's the slide with the poles. And so over time, things happened. The pine trees that this whole treehouse situation was built around, 2 of them fell over in storms. And the last one was decapitated by the city maintenance because the neighbors were afraid that tree was going to fall on them, which of course it wouldn't have, but people get scared. So we ended up with a tree house that Greg Abel restored to some degree, but without the tree anymore, with just a dead stump in the middle. It was kind of the curtains for the tree house. Next. So we did a plaque on the stump of that tree that gives the history of the park. And you can see it's got a picture of the tree house in it. Next. And so this was the second iteration. So we had this next generation of parents who didn't want their children to touch wood. And so.
Well, there were splinters in the wood, right?
Exactly. There could be splinters.
I think that, okay.
I'm just telling you, this is a whole different emphasis. The first group of parents wanted rustic, and they wanted their kids to have the full natural experience, and they didn't really care about the splinters as much. So the next generation cared very much about splinters. They didn't even want wood shingles because maybe the kids might reach up there and touch the shingles. So, but we did get the shingles. So this is the version of the park where we try to have a sense of a possible tree house, but without a tree with a pine, out of pine. But we do have the elm tree behind it. At least we have that tree. So this is what we have now, which has now needs repair. So I think the repair is feasible. The manufacturer is available to make the repairs and substitute the missing parts or broken parts. And this is what I urge you to do. the staff says that they got a consultant, but what they got is a play equipment of manufacturer's representative. And this is not the way to design a park with with someone who's trying to sell the equipment out of their catalog. We need a landscape architect that looks at the whole picture, looks at the grading, looks at the situation. And clearly, there's new equipment now. There's wonderful new stuff available in the catalogs that may be from different manufacturers. And I would be the first to say we could look at some of those, but not the ones that they're proposing, which look like McDonald's stuff. So considering where we are today and considering the discussion we've had so far, it seems to me that restoring the equipment we have is the best option, unless you want to hire me to do a whole new design, which I'd be happy to do.
Can I ask a question, Ann?
Yes.
So, and first of all, I forgot to say this at the beginning, but I usually, whenever we talk about this, I think it's important to recognize the role that you played in preserving that park. And, you know, so many kids, including myself, are beneficiaries of that. So I'm very grateful. I think my mom might have been involved in the not wanting to have the splinters. So
I understand.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Results in a different product,
Totally.
right?
So with is there so the report from that was done on the ADA requirements talked about the grading issues. Is there a way to still keep, I know that option 2 contemplates still having those 2 levels. Is there a scenario, do you think, where we could create a design that still allows it to retain the character of that park while still meeting ADA requirements?
I think it meets ADA requirements. I mean, that's how I designed it, with the proper slopes on the pavement. So the only part that I think doesn't need it is the 8% walkway on the south side. It's continuous. It doesn't have a portion where it goes down to 2% and then back up again. It doesn't have a landing in the middle of that walkway, which is required later, not at the time I did the walkway in the first place. And a ramp is supposed to have a handrail. So you could add a handrail on the side of that ramping walkway. Other than that, I don't see why the pathways around the play area need to be changed.
Okay.
Any other questions for Ann?
I
Thank you.
designed them to be less than 5%, which was the requirement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other speakers on this?
Pat Minna, I was very vocal 2003. I had a 3-year-old, 1 year younger than Alex. Splinters were okay with me. It was all about the natural look. But you know what? You take your kid to the favorite park. It's one thing to have a neighborhood park you walk to. That park is fabulous because of the undulating topography. If you've ever seen kids roll down that green hill, oh my God, that's just as popular as the slide, the swing, running around the whole thing. You plan 1 and 2 will bastardize that entire lot. Retaining walls, you want to hear from the neighbors now because of the echo effect of the hardscape retaining walls? Thank God I don't live next door to it. Thank God I don't even live 200 yards away from it. We do not need to have a wholesale change. Upgrade the equipment. It was ADA compliant. It has the swings. It has the landing into the tower. And I'm really going to get back to this subject. If someone really is challenged, they're going to go to the park that meets their needs. We went so many times to the park on Stonehill in Dana Point because of the climbing wall. That was Tori's favorite gig. Or we would go down to another beach park. The nice part about Village Green is it is a a little pocket park in a neighborhood. And it's where we as neighbors meet. When I used to walk my dog in the morning and go out the Monterey Loop, that's where the bus stop stops. That's where the big bus stop picks everyone up before they go to school to El Moro. And you can't put the retaining walls, you can't grade the lot. It's folly. I keep it the way it is, upgrade the equipment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Brian Mena. My son grew up at this park. I remember when Ann first worked on getting the dedication of this park. It's 1/4 of an acre. It was two city lot, two houses were supposed to be built on it, and Ann worked out preserving it. So to try and turn it into some ADA thing, I'll put in 10 pounds of equipment in a 5-pound bag, it doesn't make any sense. You know, what you really have here is a little pocket park that is quaint. You've got one picnic table. You've got some kids going. You actually want the topography. You don't want to grade it out and make it flat and have retaining walls that now you have to add railings so people don't fall off the retaining walls into the lower area. You just want to keep it low key. I don't know how this got off the rails and got into, you know, having a consultant tell you what to do for this park. It's been designed twice already by a landscape architect. I'm a landscape architect. You don't need to mess with this park. It's a little pocket neighborhood park, 1/4 acre. Any city that I do new projects for, they don't want anything less than 3 acres. This is a pocket park. You don't need to put $890,000 into it. If you want to put some money into it, go finish up and get that garden on the other side of town. You know, that's just a block away. But just spend $50,000. You could have spent the money you spent on a consultant and had this thing done. You've lost sight of what you're trying to do here. It's a little pocket park, just needs a little refreshing with some equipment. You actually want the topography to slide from one area to the other. You don't want to grade it out. You want that grade change so the slide works. You want a little level for the swings work. It all works out right now. It's not a big deal. So try not to lose sight of things in trying to bring things to ADA compliant. The county lost their minds when they did 1,000 steps and they took out a bathroom because they wanted to make it ADA compliant. Tell me how many people you've seen down there that go with the wheelchairs to the bottom of 1,000 steps so that we can have one less bathroom. Idiocy tends to breed itself. You just stop trying to overthink this. This is a small little pocket park. And I would appreciate it if you don't try and overkill this thing. You've lost sight of what South Laguna wants. We just want our little park. We like it the way it is. It has the gradient. It's so popular with the dogs and the kids. Just refresh the equipment and leave it as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council. Thanks for your service to our city. Dante Maciel, I'm here on behalf of the South Laguna Civic Association, but also as a dad of 2 kids who spent their entire lives playing at Village Green. I would make the bold claim that they probably spend more time at the park than anybody else in Laguna. They love the park. When Ann showed them those old pictures last year, I think it was, they were like, Dad, can we just have that park? That the wood slide, the simplicity. That version, this version that we have now, from all the conversations I've had with people in our community in South Laguna, that's the park that they love. That's the park that they still want to have. So I'm in support of option 3. It's the only significant green space in South Laguna Village, and it exists because parents and families in our community fought to create it in the 70s. They envisioned a park that fit naturally into the neighborhood and reflected the unique character of South Laguna. And that vision has endured for 50 years. The original iron gates, mature landscaping, and simple play structure set with Aliso Peak as the backdrop make it one of the most beautiful and unique parks in Laguna. The children who regularly play at the park love the simplicity of the play structure. The current setup encourages kids to play while also inviting them to explore around the park. The busyness and loud colors of the proposed plans don't fit into the park aesthetic. And additionally, there are legitimate unresolved questions around the types of rubberized and plastic surfacing being proposed in the other options, especially for young children. I also want to acknowledge the ADA concerns. You know, SLCA and myself fully agree that every child deserves the opportunity to play at Village Green, and I think the other speakers have mentioned there are options to look at that would allow for that. And I don't think the decision here is between accessibility and preservation. The choice is between spending upwards of $850,000 on grading, retaining walls, reconstruction, or pursuing targeted improvements that address safety concerns, improve accessibility where possible, preserve the mature landscape, and maintain the character that makes this park so special. The staff report estimates option 3 at roughly $100,000. There's a potential savings of more than $600,000. And I think we should ask how those public dollars could best serve South Laguna families. Those savings could help restore the severely overgrown landscaping throughout the park. They could also fund a safe school bus stop at Catalina and Monterey that my kids use and all the other kids use, replacing the small bench where the kids have to crowd near the street while they're waiting for the bus. And those savings could also help advance the city's acquisition of the Catalina lots across the street from Village Green and move us closer to creating an entirely new green space for families, children, and dogs in South Laguna. Village Green doesn't need a total transformation. It needs thoughtful investment, maintenance, and targeted improvements that preserve the character of the unique park that our residents love. Thanks.
Can I ask a quick question? Thank you for your testimony. Because I guess when I went to the bus stop, we were on the south side of the park. Now I think it's on the north side, right, where that bench is. So what you're asking for is for that to be a bigger bench, or what's the
I
specific
think
ask?
there's space behind it, and it's just kind of a thought that came up the other night in conversation. You know, when a lot of kids take the bus, and that bus stop is heavily used, summer programs, morning, you know, it's used a lot, and a lot of kids are there, so they're crowding in that street. So when even the bus or a car comes by, the children are very, very close to vehicles. So I think there's possibilities there to look at, you know, there's space there behind the bench. I don't know if it's a bigger bench, an enclosed area. I'm not sure what that would look like, but I think that's, you know, something that would from a safety perspective, you know, if you're talking about compliance and things like that, that would be something to consider.
Okay.
And I think there's room there for something like that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Do you see people smoking down there? Because I pick up trash like 3 times a week. There's a lot of cigarette butts. If you see any smokers over
At
there.
Village Green, I mean,
Yes,
I'll-
that bench, lots of cigarette butts.
That's a loaded question, because I would say cigarettes for the community, for a lot of the families with children. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen people smoking there personally, but the real contention point is probably the dogs.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to get, that's a different issue, but because it's such a small space that we all share, and you know, understand people that live in our neck of the woods don't have yards. So like we have dog owners there, we have kids, it's the backyard for a lot of families. So there is a lot of contention in that small space, separate issue, but that's why I also think the Catalina lot consideration that we keep talking about is a really good idea to consider.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Other speakers on this?
Hi, Aaron Pluso again. So I grew up in South Laguna. One of my earliest memories is my first birthday party that I remember at this park. So I've had a long history with it. Even though I live a little, you know, South Laguna light down there above the Montage. The proposals, I would have to agree with Anne pretty strongly that the proposals for the complete replacement just are completely outside of the character. They look like plastic McDonald's, they look like Irvine, they look like Huntington Beach, they don't look like Laguna Beach, and they certainly don't look like this park. I think it is possible to do more in terms of the equipment there. The equipment there is kind of a little bit sparse, I'll say, and not as interesting to kids as it potentially could be, but the character of the equipment would have to match the setting, in my opinion. If you go out to Casper's, I think it's maybe an Orange County park or maybe a state park out off Ortega, they have a great, you know, big play structure there, but it looks rustic. It looks like it belongs in a natural setting. And so if we were going to do anything, we should be looking towards that and not bright colors with plastic. As I think some of you know, I'm a retail landlord. We own shopping centers. And when we look at ADA issues, you know, we don't wing it and go off of what, you know, a playground manufacturer may have said, but we go out and we get a certified access specialist to take a look at it and generate a report. It doesn't cost very much. It costs like $2,500. And they'll tell you every access problem that you have there. There are also exclusions, at least for, I don't know if it's different for governments, but when you do an upgrade, so you have to bring it up to code, but you have to do it within the budget. So you have to spend, I think it's 15%, maybe 20%. So if you're spending $500,000, then you have to put maybe 20% of that towards access, but you don't need to go over that. And that would be considering that there's an exclusion. I'm not sure of all the details, but I think if you're making a decision here and access is central to your decision-making process, I think you should have a better idea of what exactly the issues are and what it would take to potentially solve them in a more creative way than leveling the entire site with retaining walls and doing this huge thing. There may be a handrail, there may be some levels, you may have to do a switchback, but there may be other ways to do this and still get an upgrade to the equipment, but not that upgrade to the equipment, one that actually fits the character. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Adam Redding Kaufman. I grew up at 31105 Holly Drive in South Laguna. And in the mid-90s, I went to this park a lot. I had my 3-year-old birthday party there with a Peter Pan impersonator who was telling us to stay young. And when I was sliding down these slides at 3, 4, 5 years old, I was thinking, think about the design, think about the history. My parents were pushing me down these slides. I was thinking about the architectural design. I was thinking about the concepts. I was thinking about the preservation. What I would really encourage you guys to think about here, putting all sarcasm aside, is listen to the children. Mr. Rogers was right. We need to think about what are kids thinking about this playground? Is this improving the lives for our kids? Is this improving South Laguna as a community to be a better place to build families and for children like me, people who grow up in this town to have memories as a child like I did? It's so important to think about improving facilities that make this place a better place to live for parents and a better place to raise children and raise families. Let's stop the semantics about the design or preservation. I don't care what the park looked like when I was a child. I care about how families use this park and how it adds value to our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Other speakers? Any speakers? None? I'll bring it back to council.
Can I ask a question to the city attorney? So as based on my research, because I appreciate what Ann said, that, and I think she's right that it might have complied with the ADA at the time, but as I understand it, there have been federal changes in 2010 and state changes in the building code. So can you comment on that? And then also just to, before we get to that, actually, Pierre or Alexis, the playground master plan, it was an ADA consultant who did that plan. Is that a fair characterization of this? So these deficiencies aren't from the manufacturer, they're from an ADA consultant?
Yeah, through Community Design Works, who was hired to produce the playground master plan for the city. So they did the accessibility at all the 9 parks and playgrounds.
Okay, and then thank you, Madam City Attorney.
Councilmember Unagi, there's the 2010 ADA standards for accessible design, which apply to play areas. And those dictate width, they dictate surface area, they dictate sort of all the things the consultant raised. So I do think that that's probably, that was what happened, was that it was compliant. And then with the 2010 standard change, if we were going to do this at any time in the last 16 years, we would have had new standards at play. And I think that's, I will just say, as someone that has spent a lot of time at playgrounds in the last 13 years with my own kids, as we would go to new playgrounds, you would see that those new playgrounds would turn over with the accessibility that you did not previously see. So you can sort of see for how playgrounds in Orange County well, everywhere, but in Orange County, because that's where I saw them, have really changed in the last 16 years, consistent with these guidelines.
Okay, thank you. And then just to clarify, so in option 2, that's not changing the grading of the hill, right? It's just changing the grade, or can you clarify that? Is it changing? So my understanding is it's flattening the area above, right, where the older kid playground, right? And then, so can you comment on that?
Sure. Yeah. So it would involve grading. It would involve retaining walls on that upper easterly side of the playground to flatten out that area. However, it would retain the existing retaining wall, dividing the lower tot lot from the upper playground. And whatever actions are taken on that lower playground would more or less match the existing grades there. Because the biggest grade difference is at that upper playground, you've got a significant tilt.
Yes.
And that's where we'd focus
Yeah,
on
so
grading.
so an option 2 would be flattening the area where the upper playground is, and then it's below the lower playground. Would that change?
As part of incorporating a new playground structure, yes, it would.
Yeah,
If
but-
there's an intent to just retain what's there today, there probably could be some workaround with that.
No, but my question is like the hill, for example. So when the sidewalks, right, between the hill at the grass area and then the lower playground, is the hill or any of that changing?
There would be probably some grading and daylighting out at least a little bit into that grass area to make those grades work, but you're not going significantly out, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. I have some thoughts, but I'd like to hear from my colleagues.
Other comments?
You know, my comment is, and it's not, is we ought to go to towards option 3, but I want to have a much higher level of understanding and certainty that we don't have an ADA claim waiting to happen there. Why would we want that?
Yeah.
So, go as far as you can in that direction, but do whatever you have to do under ADA. Aaron's point may be a good one. There are exclusions. Maybe we can fit within some exclusions, but I just don't want to buy a lawsuit down there because we're out of ADA compliance. But I'd go as much in the direction of option 3 as you could, and then come back with confidence and tell us that we don't have an ADA issue.
I really agree with Councilmember Whalen. Instinctually, I like option 3 best. I think it's nice to preserve the charm and character of that park. I'm not willing to do that if it opens the city up to unnecessary liability. So I'd really want to understand exactly what the implications of that would be.
Can I just to follow up? So I agreed with both of you, and then I had this meeting yesterday with city staff. My understanding was that there's no way to meet the ADA requirements that are documented by the ADA specialist with option 3. Is that right? Or is there, because if there isn't a way for us to try like alternative means or something like that, I'm very much open to that.
Well, we could explore that more. I mean, the Playground Master Plan identified those ADA deficiencies that currently exist out there today. So it's not only pertaining to the immediate playground area, but it is pertaining to the walkways that surround the playground. So as it stands today, there are current issues that were highlighted in the master plan. So that's what, right, redoing the walkway or incorporating the new playground would address.
I think that there's probably a difference between being fully accessible versus compliant under the law. And I think we need a legal analysis of what we need to do to be compliant under the law. And I mean, my recommendation would be, quite frankly, that you guys look at option 3 with that legal analysis and come back to some governing body.
Alexis, when the company came out to do the analysis of all of our playgrounds, did they did a ADA assessment, or did they actually have an ADA expert come in and do an analysis?
They called it an accessibility analysis, and they, measured every single surface area around every single playground within the city.
Mm-hmm. because oftentimes I know what Aaron's talking about because I've done the same thing. You can, regardless of what's in writing, a lot of us would have the consultant come out just to kind of double check everything. It gave us another little additional protection against liability. So, and oftentimes they actually have some pretty creative solutions. So I like what this park reflects as far as true community spirit and how it was born and started originally. I mean, I don't think that there's many better examples in town that reflect such that, you know, just a true small community spirit. I would say if we can't meet the ADA requirements that we, you know, have Ann take a look at it. I'd be open to having Ann retake a look at it. And but if the council wants to go with number 3 and have it reassessed, now if Ann did take a look at it, or if we did go to another step, I think it would be important to get information from kids to see what they want, right? To make sure all those elements are a part of whatever is developed. But anyway, that's where I stand.
Yeah, so I guess I think we should comply with the law and not subject ourselves to liability. But I think there is a way to do that and achieve really what the goals are of the park, which is to retain the character of it, but also make sure that it's the best park that it can be for kids. I mean, you look at the average life cycle of a playground. I think it's 15 to 20 years. So I think that. I don't know that we should just make the assumption that we should just keep this playground as it is for the next, 20 years. So I'd be open to an approach where we could bring that ADA, because I agree with you, Mark, about how, we have the ADA consultant report where they looked at all this, but then it's kind of hard where it's not an iterative process when you're working with an ADA consultant and a designer on how to actually effectuate that in the most creative way possible. So I do feel like it seems like if we just say to staff, this is based off my conversation about, because I was asking a lot of the questions that have been asked tonight about how we can make option 3 work, because my first instinct was that what a great idea. We can spend less money and we can just keep it kind of as is. So I want to be, so I think we should be, I want to give clear direction here about how to move forward.
Then how about just the ADA and now the consultant, have them come out and look at number 3? Start with that.
With the ADA consultant looking at
Option 3.
Option 3. Okay. What do you guys?
And they'd be looking at the minimum requirements to ensure that we're complying with the law versus optimal accessibility requirements or
Exactly. And I think it's important to understand if we're required to bring everything up to full ADA compliance if we're not doing any structural changes. I think that's an important part of the conversation.
You're going to say something, Alexis?
Yeah, just to be clear, because the actual playground through the master plan that the 4 different companies proposed, none of them were fully ADA, except like Mission Viejo, for example, has like a full ADA. Every single feature is accessible. There was just parts of the, so yeah, just to make that clear that it wasn't like the whole playground was becoming, it was just to get accessibility from the street to physically into the park.
Yeah, so I guess.
So there's access, right? Accessibility when it comes to access, and then accessibility when it comes to the equipment, one's ability to actually interact with the equipment. And what percentage of that, I don't know, there might be a percentage of it that has to be accessible and that can't be accessible. If there's stairs that goes up to a slide, something of that nature.
Tom?
I'll just chime in a little bit on that. So I think if we're looking at option 3, essentially we would be looking at a maintenance project on the existing playground structures. And then we would, look at the deficiencies identified. We can have another CASP certified person look at that and identify some improvements around. But what I would say the distinction would be if we went, say, to option 2 or option 3, any new equipment that's installed, any new equipment would have to meet full ADA. So in other words, if we're putting in a new playground structure, I think the biggest thing with the playground itself is that the playground area needs to be flat, so 2%. So right now it exceeds. So if we're putting in a new structure, then I would say, well, that entire playground area needs to be redone. So that's where I would say if we get into a replacement, it significantly changes things. So we would almost be saying if we're keeping the existing grades as is, we'd be maxing out as a maintenance project.
And is that, so we would just be replacing different equipment on different, we would just be replacing different equipment. We can never replace like the full swing set, for example.
Right. That and that's where the conversation with the installer came in, where a manufacturer and installer says, well, I can't install and certify this new equipment unless it meets full ADA. So we would be looking at essentially the same pieces we have out there and replacing anything that's damaged or worn or been a maintenance issue.
So if you just stick with repair in kind, then you don't need to be compliant.
I would say it wouldn't trigger those new ADA improvements. And then some of what Aaron was alluding to is there are check downs. And so, the first and foremost with the ADA, it says you need to have an accessible path from the public right of way, say, into that playground. In other words, if we had an ADA compliant swing, but no way for a person with accessibility challenges to get there, it's almost fruitless. So the first check down would be having that accessible path from the public right of way to the playground. And then we get into having the accessible play features and things of that nature.
So based on the replacing kind of existing equipment, like how many years could we just do that for the next 30 years in theory?
If the manufacturer is saying he can keep producing those parts, it really becomes a function of as long as we can get the parts.
Okay.
So what I'm kind of hearing from the council is to do almost what Tom suggested, that we do a accessibility analysis of accessing the playground and make sure that we're not at risk of a claim there, and we're providing great access, but the playground itself would be replaced piece by piece as more of a maintenance project.
But I guess I'm not clear on that, because didn't we already do that? We had in 2025 we had an ADA access person look at that question.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So couple things there. So with the master plan, there was a land survey done, and then the inspectors also went out. They took their levels and checked all the grades all throughout, and that's where they made their findings and told us what was out of compliance. And so when we started the project, we hired a civil engineer who then did a more extensive land survey. Went out and he laid it out, and he also identified those issues and then developed those grading plans to address those and bring us into compliance. So those are kind of the design professionals who have looked at it.
So again, if those changes are made to comply with what the CAS professional said, the grading, does that disrupt the current, does that disrupt the ability to do maintenance on the playground equipment? You're nodding, or in other words, you can't have both,
Right.
or can you?
You could always replace the equipment, but then you introduce additional challenges in accessing that equipment.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to say, can we not replace the equipment,
Yeah.
but do the outside improvements like the consultant has already directed us to do?
Yeah, I think if you wanted to go that route, I think you can do, accessibility all around and leave the existing structure. It would just become an issue at some point if you did want to replace the structure. But you could work, the entire park around that playground equipment and keep it in place. Yeah.
It seems to me that at some point we're going to want to replace that playground, right? So I don't think it's a good forward forward planning to just assume that we're going to be able to replace the equipment forever. So my proposal would be that we, and I think there's a lot of issues that could be addressed here. I think the testimony about, I didn't realize that was an issue with the bench for the bus stop. I think the dog issue's been there for a while. And then, of course, figuring out how we can comply with ADA, but also figure out how do we, to the extent, how can we keep, because I think it's kind of a false choice to say that we have to comply with ADA, or that we can't comply with ADA and still make this keep this as a great playground. I mean, I think the example from 2003 is a perfect, even though we don't have the wooden slides and everything anymore, I think that the current park does reflect that. And so I don't know that there's any reason to, I think it's not accurate to say that we couldn't come up with a long-term ADA compliant approach that still retains what makes that park special. So that I'd be interested in seeing if we could just have, maybe two of us on the council could work on this with Ann, with the parents, because I've talked to so many parents who do have concerns about that park and how the equipment could be better. And I'm just not convinced that if we just told staff to do option 3, that we'd be addressing that. And I'm not convinced that we would be good stewards of the future of that park, because there's only so much time that you can just keep replacing equipment.
I definitely hear what you're saying, and I'd be happy to work on that with you. I think we've got to go one of two directions. We're either doing the minimum required to maintain what's there temporarily and doing a redesign in the future that does involve a landscape architect, which I think is important, or we take on that bigger project now. I think that's the question we've got to face.
Is the equipment, what kind of shape is it in?
It's not good.
Really bad right now?
It's in bad shape. Our maintenance team is constantly working on it. And then also recently, a tree fell and did significant damage to the swing set. I don't know anything else, but it's in rough shape. Yeah.
Could we do a bare minimum maintenance on those pieces of equipment that are currently broken, just to buy us another year or so? Would that make sense?
Yeah, with the work Pierre's done so far with Columbia Cascade, I think we could certainly make that move.
What are my other never mind.
Well, I agree with Alex. You can't, this thing is going to change at some point. It's not going to last 100 years or 50 years, right? The thing's going to fall apart. So you've got to figure out a way, maybe with a landscape architect, to do something that's not as intense as option 1 and option 2, but like you say, Alex, retains the character of the park a little bit, but
The design that just reflects the original kind of concept of the original park, kind of honors it, but is different.
And I don't know enough about the ADA, but if you're replacing just the equipment in, let's just say, the lower part, take an example, maybe you don't have to do anything to the upper part under the ADA because you're not touching it. I don't know.
Okay, so do we need a motion for this? Hallie and Alex can work on that. We'll do fix the repair part, repair it for now.
Well, I think we should just assess all the options. There's just so many moving parts here. It's really hard for us to be. So I think.
Is that what you and Hallie would do or no?
Well, no. Look at assess whether that's possible, but then also assess options. Collaborate with Ann. Collaborate with the parents and the community and the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you and Hallie would do.
Yeah. But not just saying that we're just replacing the equipment.
No, just repairing the equipment is what I meant.
If we have a broken swing set, let's fix the broken swing set.
I'm with you there, but I'm saying that not just to do that.
To do both those things,
Yeah,
to
I agree.
replace or to repair the broken equipment now and embark upon this larger project.
And to look at other things like the bench that was described today.
Sure.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah.
And as part of that, do a detailed ADA analysis and understand what triggers ADA and when. I understand that there is a robust accessibility analysis already, but I think we need to look at the legal side of it as well.
Were you going to say something?
I mean, I agree with Bob, so that's kind of where I am. I just think we need to see what we actually need to do. We just need to start with that. What do we actually need to do? We get sued all the time. We get sued all the time. Not everybody's successful, and that doesn't always happen, but we get sued all the time. So for saying like, well, no one's going to sue us is
So
I don't think that this, you would include to make sure that if we did do something more extensive, that it would be completely ADA.
yes, and I think that would be the first step of the work that Alex and I would do with city staff and the community. I think we'd look first and foremost at what the ADA requirements for that area would be, and it could involve grading, et cetera, and come back to the council. So I think that that's the first step of that second phase.
yeah. And just remember too, I mean, I'm not interested in spending a boatload of money. I don't think any of us are. But the other thing is it needs some landscaping work. It's dark. It's a dark park. So I think it needs more work.
So how about that initial project be repairing existing equipment and just some vegetation thinning, clearing as staff deems appropriate or necessary?
Challenge you all maybe to put that in a big motion.
Why don't you just, why don't we just talk to staff and work through all the issues and come back?
Sounds good.
Still like to hear a big motion.
Councilmember Runagi, I nominate you.
I think I would nominate my senior officer, the mayor pro tem, to make the motion.
I move that we direct staff to repair existing broken equipment at the park while Councilmember Runagi and I work with city staff and the city attorney's office to understand access implications and come back to the council with a recommendation on moving forward with a larger revamping of the entire park, including the bus stop,
Yeah, while maintaining
while maintaining the character and charm and initial intent of that community park.
well said.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I,
Approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks, you guys. That was a lot of work and really well done. I appreciate it.
Number 19, wildfire mitigation and fire safety report, 2025 update and related budget.
As we get going here, Mr. Mayor, I know that the safety agencies are all dealing with what is a pending tragedy at Treasure Island. So our thoughts and our prayers are with a family that may have lost a child, and then people that have tried to rescue that have been taken to hospital as Good Samaritans. So know that those folks are dealing with that. We're all dealing with that now as this presentation goes forward. We can give a minute, wait for Mark to get back.
I'm sorry, Dave, did you want to wait till Mark gets?
Oh, sorry, unless you guys are ready to go. If we.
I think we can
do
go ahead
whatever
and
you'd
get
like.
started.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Limones, and I'm the Emergency Operations Coordinator for the city, and I'm up here with our Fire Chief, Chief Nico King, and our Police Chief, Chief Jeff Calvert. And tonight, we're going to be giving you an update on the Wildfire Mitigation and Fire Safety Report. And we'll talk about related budget transfers as well. So just to recap, the Wildfire Mitigation and Fire Safety Subcommittee was reinstated last year in January following the Palisades and Eaton fires. The committee came together and produced an updated report to the 2019 version. We brought that report back to City Council in September, where it was approved and funding was allocated. That updated report evaluated action items from the 2019 report, in which we brought some of those forward into the new report. We incorporated lessons learned, new technology, and public input. And we ended up with 75 action items that fell within the categories of evacuations and alert and warning, fuel modification, public safety technology, community preparedness, and infrastructure. Since September 2025, the ad hoc committee has continued to meet regularly. We last gave an update to City Council in January of this year at the strategic planning session. Since September, we have, of our short-term action items, we've completed 27, with 25 still in progress. Our medium-term action items, we have 8 in progress, and our long-term action items, we have 4 in progress. So we'll highlight some of the completed action items. This is not all of them, but this is some of the notable ones that we've been able to get done so far. So within evacuations and alert and warning, our evacuation planning has continued to provide for mutual aid coordination with our evacuation partners. We've done a number of tabletop exercises and trainings in which the Sheriff's Department, Newport Beach PD, Irvine PD, OCFA, and other evacuation partners were either invited to or we attended their trainings and exercises. For the alert and warning category, we've started quarterly testing of our citywide outdoor warning system. We did our first one in March with the siren, and our next one is next Tuesday, June 16th at 4 p.m. So I just wanted to highlight that for the public. We've done a lot of outreach. We're going to do signage, just make sure people are aware. And they can go to our city website and find the schedule for 2026. It's posted up there. Now I'll turn it over to the fire chief to talk about fuel modification.
Yeah, in regards to some of our accomplishments in our fuel modification area, the department was able to increase our part-time fire inspector into a full-time position that focuses solely on our fuel modification program. The department also looked into increasing the fuel modification zones to protect some of our critical infrastructure. Specifically, we looked at a report that the Moorhead communication towers had a lot of vegetation around them. We were able to get that cleared. And then, of course, under the governor's executive order following the LA fires, the department applied to expedite FMZ Zone 16 and 19. And through that process, we also looked at our existing contract, and for implementation of new construction, we had one bid and the price was really high. So we, in turn, went out to RFP again, just recently secured a new contractor, and we are expected to start the implementation of Zone 19 with a cost savings of about $700,000 from our prior contract. We expect that work in Zone 19 to begin as soon as next month. Through that executive order, we also went through a process. We looked specifically at targeted areas that had dense fuel on steep slopes that were adjacent to properties and also adjacent to existing fuel modification zones. And through that process of evaluation of all of our zones, we came up with 32 additional acres that we added. We will comply with the executive order and begin that work by October this year. These are just a couple of maps that we put in just to identify. I know they're not labeled, but just to give you an idea of the expansion of some of our existing zones. We highlighted the expansion area in blue, and there's a second slide as well. And to highlight some of our accomplishments in technology, we were able to hire a contractor that worked on a fire fuel behavior report, which put several ignition sites on a map and looked at the existing fuel, looked at what a fire would do starting in our open space, and gave us several scenarios to test our fuel modification zones and how they would perform. Some technology that we added was a lot of discussions about Tablet Command, but the entire county has moved to Tablet Command, which is a software program that we use in our iPad that shows in real time where every single fire resource is. So in the incident of like the fire that we had last year, we were just using radio traffic and getting updates of where engines are coming from and where they were located. Using Tablet Command, we can use a real-time map with and see the locations of engines, so we'd be able to place engines better and give them direction of where we wanted them to position themselves. Also, a great feature that we added is Starlink. There's a lot of dead spots with our cell phones, even some of our radios, but with the use of Starlink, we have the satellite connection that we won't lose a signal anywhere outside as long as we have the direct access to the satellite. And we're finding it to prove definitely worthy and a useful tool.
Moving into community preparedness. So we were able to hire our part-time community preparedness educator, and she has been instrumental in doing our community preparedness and evacuation workshops, which I'll touch on more in the next slide. We expanded the red flag parking restriction program to include 2 more neighborhoods. We've updated our public evacuation zone maps. We just completed that, and those are on the city website, and we'll be doing a mailer, a press release, and making sure that the public is aware of those updated zones. We updated our all hazard preparedness guide, and we held our annual insurance town hall. So for completed action items from the wildfire safety funds, it was a total of $235,000, and general funds $970,000. So just to highlight the community preparedness and evacuation workshops, which were funded from the wildfire safety funds. Like I said, organized and led by our community preparedness educator, and all public safety departments participated. It was a discussion-based format where we ran people through a tabletop exercise with the wildfire scenario requiring them to evacuate. We held 12 workshops, which were based on evacuation zones, and we had over 350 participants, and we distributed over 1,000 of our emergency preparedness guides. We sent a survey to all attendees, and we had overwhelmingly positive feedback. People really appreciated the ability to sit down with one of their local first responders and talk through their unique issues and challenges when it comes to evacuations, and really hear how it's going to go and what it's going to be like from a police officer, a marine safety officer, or a firefighter. Our next steps with these workshops is we would like to create a virtual workshop experience for people who can't attend in person, and the ability for people to hold these in their neighborhoods on their own. We want to continue them on a monthly basis, do them during the day to get people who couldn't make our evening time frames, and then consider a future workshop series on potentially a different topic or trying to bring in a different audience.
A couple of years ago, the department identified which programs are going to have the biggest impact for our residents as far as their insurance and maintaining their insurance and keeping a reasonable rate. So we were very intentional in recognizing 3 programs that are working and recognized by the state and insurance companies. So the first bullet point there is our Community Wildfire Protection Plan. We just completed the 2026 Laguna Beach Community Wildfire Protection Plan, and we're asking for council's action to receive and file that report tonight. The plan was developed in accordance with the Federal Healthy Forests Restoration Act, and it identifies and prioritizes areas for further fuel modification. Part of that process was a tabletop exercise that a lot of our mutual aid resources came together. Some council members were there. Some of our HOA and other stakeholders from the community were part of that process. And the plan provides a science-based hazard risk assessment, action plan for fuels mitigation. We covered evacuation. Public education was a big recommendation, and had other long-term resilience recommendations in the plan. The adoption of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan is going to enable the fire department to apply next year to become a fire risk reduction community. Applications for that occur every other year, so we wanted to make sure that we got this plan completed this year. Also, I know you were all familiar with and heard the good news about our ISO rating. The Laguna Beach Fire Department improved the Insurance Services Office's rating from a Class 3 to a Class 2, which is one of the highest ratings. Fewer than 10% of fire departments nationwide achieve a Class 2. This places Laguna Beach among the top-rated departments for fire protection capabilities. This is through several years of dedicated work, specifically in the areas that fall into the categories that are evaluated by the ISO, which is firefighter training records. It's our fire prevention records. It's working with our water district and making sure that we're documenting and testing our water supply. It's our dispatch center, making sure that they're trained and certified and can get resources out in a timely fashion. And there's other handful of things that were evaluated, but great success, and we're hearing already good things from the community about the ISO rating and business community. Something that we're currently working on is partnering with Sensory AI and UCLA in the application for a grant. The target of this is to also hopefully get recognized by insurance companies, but we'll be applying for a grant and putting up a network of sensors in our open space. We have one that we're testing right now in Alta Laguna. It's behind the baseball diamond. And this is a multi-sensor platform for early wildfire detection and continuous monitoring of conditions. Fuel conditions. It can actually read find dead fuel moisture, temperature, humidity, wind, and soil moisture. So we'll have the ability to turn up the sensitivity, especially on red flag days, and this will work more sensitive and possibly faster than the Alert California cameras that we have covering our open space. It'll duplicate that resource. Also part of the study from UCLA is the Wildfire Safe Egress platform that's going to look at enhancing evacuation planning through fire behavior modeling. So again, something that we're applying for, and the deadline for the applications are first week of July. So hopefully we'll have good news to follow on that one. And then of course, the FireWise efforts that we've been discussing with the community. I believe we have 5 that have been recognized now, and a couple more in the works, but also hearing good things about the FireWise communities.
All right, so now that we've talked about the completed action items, we're going to go through the ones that are in progress. So when it comes to evacuations, we're currently updating the emergency operations plan as well as the hazard annexes, and part of that is the city's evacuation plan. So that's going to be updated and rewritten, and that should be done estimated June of next year for the emergency operations plan and the annexes as well. We've conducted the gap analysis on the outdoor warning system, and we know that we need about 12 to 15 more siren speakers to provide citywide coverage. 2 speakers went to City Council at the last meeting for approval, and those should be installed by fall of this year. So we'll be at 25. We're continuing to work on improving cell coverage, working with our cellular providers. Reducing scope of public safety power shutoffs, working with SoCal Edison and San Diego Gas and Electric on hardening circuits, as well as various undergrounding projects. Public safety technology, we're working towards installing a traffic signal priority system. So that's in the works, and we're working on, and part of the budget transfer tonight would be for that program. We'd also like to continue with our drone as first responder. Continue to explore new technology for wildfire suppression and applications to track evacuations. The next, we're also in progress, is the Emergency Operations Center, which is funded partly by the Wildfire Safety Funds. That should be completed and ready to go by August of this year. And also part of that is the dispatch redundancy, the radio rack project. That's also on course to be done in August with the Emergency Operations Center. With community preparedness, we continue to engage with our partners, one of them being our real estate community. We'll be at the Board of Realtors. The CERT volunteers will have a booth. So just one example of how we continue to work with our community partners on preparedness. We continue to also work with the water districts as well as Emerald Bay Service District. They'll both have a dedicated EOC position when that's completed in August. So the total amount for all in-progress action items of wildfire safety funds is about 1.8 million. And then the Rule 20A credits, which are funding some of the undergrounding, is at 7.3 million. So future action items, the departments came together and we looked through the action items that we had in our 2025 update. We reevaluated and looked at what did we complete already, which ones had funding left over, which ones were completed maybe within another action item and we didn't need anymore. And we came up with this list for the next fiscal year, priorities and action items. So you'll see on here the drone as first responder and the traffic signal priority system. Those are some of the top items that we'd like to accomplish, and as well as funding the community preparedness educator for another year and continue the workshops and public outreach and education. We would like to install an additional 2 speakers on top of the 2 that we'll get this fall. We have 2 more quoted and scoped out, and we could be done with those by the end of this year. And then we'd like to fund some training for staff at our new emergency operations center once it's completed. So the recommendations tonight would be to receive and file this presentation, receive and file the community wildfire protection plan, and then authorize the budget transfer of wildfire safety funds from the fire department and community development department to public works to fund the traffic signal priority system project. That concludes our presentation, and we are available for questions.
Thank you. Great presentation. Congratulations on all your progress. Do we have any questions?
So I had maybe 2 questions to ask either Chief Calvert or Chief King to expand upon a little bit. So on the traffic signal priority system project, the Opticom, we've got that, there's a pretty precise number in there. I'm not sure if that's going to be the final number or not, but Chief Calvert, could you just explain how that will be deployed and what it'll do for us?
Yeah, absolutely. So the police department is continually evaluating technology to make us more effective and efficient. Opticom is technology that we actually explored in the first Wildland Fire and Fire Safety Mitigation Committee. I brought it back because I think it'd be a useful tool for public safety responders. And essentially what it is when the technology is installed on the signals and in the public safety emergency vehicles, and as an emergency responder is approaching a signal with code 3 capability, it gives the emergency responder a green light to get through the intersection quicker, get to arrive at their scene much faster, and also deconflict emergency responders entering an intersection at the same time. Our surrounding cities in Newport, Irvine, and Dana Point all have this technology installed on their signals. In fact, our fire department has the technology installed on their fire engines, but it can't be used in Laguna Beach. It's for other cities. In fact, other cities have the technology, and when they come into our city, they're not getting the signals phasing to green because we don't have the technology on our existing signals. So it'll reduce response times and also give our mutual aid responders access when they enter our city.
Thank you. Great explanation. And then the second one was, can you just give us also a little overview of drone as first responder?
Yeah, absolutely. We actually have if you didn't know, we have a technology committee that's comprised of different members of the organization, from professional staff to sworn staff. So, because we're getting bombarded with technology on a daily basis. So they really evaluate what is a good return on investment for our community. Drones as first responders is the next evolution of law enforcement. We were actually early adopters of the drone technology 10 years ago. Now we're falling behind the curve. a lot of cities now, Newport Beach, Irvine, the sheriff's department is coming on board, where they are actually putting dedicated static pods on top of buildings most of the time, where a call for service comes out and the drone will deploy from that pod. And the data that we have from most of the surrounding agencies is that those drones can get there in less than a minute, and they provide video and real-time situational awareness to our dispatchers and our officers that are going to that scene. Sometimes they can actually clear a call for service without actually arriving on the scene, with the drone being there first. We have evaluated 4 or 5 different companies. We're narrowing it down, but we'll need 3 pods to have full coverage with our city. And with this technology during red flag days, we can fly the drones using thermal imaging to look for hot spots. We can use the drones outside of red flag days with thermal imaging to sweep the canyons to look for homeless encampments, hot spots. So it's going to be a useful tool not only for wildland fire mitigation, but for emergency response.
And thank you very much. And is that it's funded in the next fiscal year? Is that right?
Are the 3 pods funded, or is 1 pod funded?
I believe the number that was up there was for the 3 pods.
Okay.
Because I think a lot of this is some of this is the information you were asking about in the study session. So maybe Councilmember Ranagi could describe what else he would like to see.
If I can just add real quick, part of this too is looking at staffing. Who is going to staff this new program? And so we have a current vacant community services officer position that we, if this moves forward, we intend to rebrand into basically a drone operator that gives us more coverage throughout the week to have to deploy it. Because a lot of smaller organizations have a hybrid model where they're not 24/7, and we won't be. But they're using it during their peak hours. With having a full-time position dedicated to this, we're going to have a lot more coverage throughout the week, and we can fill those gaps with, part-time people going in there and manning the position.
To Councilmember Whalen's point, one of the things that we were talking about in the context of like a TOT increase, for example, was just about what are all the needs that we have. And I see drones as first responders and, having a real-time crime center, having a comprehensive approach to this as a huge, something that's very important. So would it be, because I think also like in Newport, do they have 24-hour coverage, or do they just have 8-hour coverage?
I don't think Newport has 24/7 coverage right now.
Would it be possible for you to look at other cities who have done this and then figure out kind of what the best practices are, and then come back with basically like a comprehensive program of what funds you would need, what ongoing funds you would need, what initial capital costs and all that, and to come back to us in like a month or so on that?
Yeah, they've done a lot. My team's done a lot of evaluations so far, so it won't be difficult to get those numbers in the next 30 days or so.
And then that this would automatically integrate with the fire department so how would the drones play a role there?
Yeah, as the chief already mentioned, we could utilize it in the red flag criteria to see if people are out in the open space. Also, we can monitor our fuel modification zones and get, updates of clearing the vegetation. After fires, it could be very useful.
We don't want to have
we don't want to have fires. I know, that's why I kind of paused when I say that. But they're really useful tools after a fire for marking the fire, for monitoring the fire for any hot spots in a burn area to make sure that we're extinguishing it efficiently.
A great example, the use of the drone with the CO2 explosion at the sawdust. We're actually able to use our interior drone. We flew it into the building.
Wow.
And we were able to get a real-time feed to the on-scene incident commanders to give them real-time situational awareness to help them make decisions without working in the blind.
And then, Chief, for the X Prize, I know that they have, so there's different, how many teams are there left in that? 5?
There's 5 teams left.
5 teams. What are the different projects? And so if you were to come back in a month with different, with like basically recommending what's the funding needed to have the best, well, maybe we already have at the top of the list, but if we wanted to further mitigate our wildfire risk and leverage the best technology, are there ways that you could look at some of those innovative approaches and come back with recommendations?
Short answer, yes. The longer answer is, I think that technology has a ways to go.
Okay.
They haven't looked at the thermal dynamics of a fire. They haven't looked at flying in really high wind conditions, and that's when we have our largest threat.
Yeah.
The prize, the way that they set up that competition, they're going to be in Alaska here on the 24th, but there's 5 competitors left worldwide, and they set up about 100 square mile area without wind conditions, and they're going to start a fire anywhere within 100 square miles, and they're going to detect it, respond to it, extinguish it without any human intervention, just all on automation. So I think this technology might be first tested for an area, maybe for lightning strikes or remote areas.
Because there's going to be high wind conditions in the fire that we deal with.
When we're in the threat, we're going to have high wind conditions. We're going to have light, flashy fuel and a fast moving fire. So our detection systems are good. I say all that, but we have a good relationship with some of the people that we're introduced to. There are definitely one that wants to test their technology here. So I know we'd be open to having any kind of, we're attempting to do the first part and set up the automation with the Sensory AI, but to have a drone respond automatically to detection of a fire is the second part.
Do we have, because I imagine that moving forward with, it's great, I don't know the budget amount, but I saw it earlier, I think it was like 60,000 or something for that AI technology. Are we gonna have full coverage of the open space, or what would it take to get to that?
Next week, we're going to determine where ideally we would like to put the sensors, and then we're doing all of this to package it up for the application for the grant. So hopefully we'll do this as a test run just to check on the technology and check the value of it.
Okay, and then you referenced earlier talking to insurance. Is it like talking to insurance carriers, or how is it that the catastrophic modeling is incorporated? Is there like a way for us to do some sort of an analysis of what our risks are and then how we can mitigate the risks in line with what the insurance carriers are looking at? Or have you seen that done elsewhere?
I've heard a lot of conversation, and I know the commissioner's looking at the sustainable insurance strategy, but that goes back to all of the efforts that cities are putting in place with the fuel modification, the home hardening. It goes back to the FireWise communities, and he's having a push to make sure that people that are in the very high fire hazard severity zones are able to maintain their insurance.
Yeah.
So, like I said, we've been going down this path for some time now, and I know that the 3 things that work are the FireWise communities, becoming a fire risk reduction community, and the ISO rating.
Okay. So because at a certain point, like beyond that, if we're looking at like fuel modification impacts and all that, we'd have to have some way to benchmark and show what the improvements are. But it's still open about how we actually effectuate that.
But I think the state's going to come up with obviously a statewide benchmark, and I would believe that the city of Laguna Beach has been so proactive for so many years in our fuel modification and the steps we're taking, and now introducing some of the technology that other cities aren't able to implement. I think we're pretty well ahead.
So Alex, were you hoping to have some of this information, the expense portion of it, in order to incorporate it into the survey?
Not for the survey.
No, okay, that would be the educational part after we move forward.
No, I would just like to understand, like, if we want to significantly continue to mitigate our risk, if we want to significantly work to leverage technology for, public safety, as Chief Calvert was mentioning, like, what would it take to do that? That's what I'm interested in trying to understand.
In relationship to the tax ballot, though, is what you were talking about.
Yeah.
What would it take on an ongoing basis or total one time or either?
Well, I think all the above, right?
Yeah, I think what we've done, we did 4 million last year. We're proposing 2.2 this year. So that seems to be actually a fairly thoughtful expenditure burn rate. But we can work harder on that to finalize that, which would be 3 million a year roughly on average.
Because it was all about putting together a spending plan, right? Tied
Yeah.
it to the, right. Okay, did you need any other information, Dave?
No, I just wanted to say, I was part of this group from the beginning as Councilmembers Whalen and Kempf were, and I just really appreciated everybody's attention to it, the really hard staff work that Sarah put in. And we always had everybody attending the meetings all the time, and there was a lot of really good effort put into this and a lot of good thought.
It's very impressive.
It is.
Did you have any other questions, Helly?
I just had one suggestion. I mean, this is a receive and file, and it's a great plan. I do note on page 71 of the staff report, there's the Laguna Beach Action Plan, which has got year 1 and year 2. I would just suggest, mention this to Dave the other day, that at the end of the year, like next July, not this July, but next July, just to come back and give us an update on how the action plan was implemented in year 1, and whether there were any changes for year 2, because I think it says it's supposed to be sort of a living document. But thank you for doing all this. I mean, I think it's terrific what we've done so far in terms of in terms of the ISO rating and getting some of these Firewise communities through with help from the community. I know Councilmember Kemp's really been involved in a couple of those. We're making tremendous progress, but the thing about wildfire is, like, you're never done. I mean, there's just so much, there's always more to do to mitigate. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Oh,
I'm still here.
oh,
So Sarah, I've been talking to a lot of people in the community about the Firewise
thank you.
communities. And so if they want to get it going, what's the best way?
Yeah, they can reach out to our fire prevention division. If you go on the city's website, all the information is on there, but
Yeah.
we have our 2 fire inspectors, and they will help guide them through the application process, because it can be confusing and a bit tedious. Help them work with CAL FIRE, get through the application phase, and then after that, they're handed off to our community preparedness educator. And we're having our first Firewise lead meeting, where we're bringing everyone together to share best practices, help support each other. What are you doing in your neighborhood? How can we get grant funds? So we're starting to lead that effort. So start with fire prevention, and then we'll kind of guide you through the whole process.
I was wondering if it might be a good idea, because you know how we were trying to pre-program the undergrounding districts. I wonder if it'd be a good idea to pre-program the Firewise community so that you don't have to get, we could just go to a community like Bluebird, for example. They were talking to me about it. We could just go there with a map already and say, okay, this is the map, and kind of get them engaged that way rather than waiting for it to bubble up organically. So we take more of an aggressive approach with it, because everyone likes it and buys into it. It's going to be helpful. It's really going to be helpful, because the catastrophic modeling is done by the insurance companies. That's who's doing it.
Is that something you think is doable? It's a good idea.
I think as long as you have neighborhood leaders, and it would just depend on how we divide up the neighborhoods. And other cities who have HOAs, they do use that model, and it's a lot easier because you have a HOA and a board. Here's a little bit different. It's possible. It's definitely something we can look into and see how we would divide up the community, and if there's leads that are willing to take on that responsibility, because it is beyond just filling out the application. You have to continuously, there's parameters, and you have to check in with CAL FIRE and, have your community meetings, do so much work. There are parameters beyond just being the neighborhood lead. So as long as we have interested residents who are willing to do it, it's possible.
I just think we draw the maps because the council knows a lot of people. We know a lot of people in the community. We can, I think we can easily organize. Everyone's concerned about it. It was validated by the workshop she did.
Mhm.
So that's what I think we should do.
Okay,
I can definitely help contacts.
perfect.
See what happens when you speak up? You got great ideas.
Yeah, make a note of that.
Do we have any public comments on this item?
I probably missed it, but I recall in one of the prior summaries and recaps, there was some discussion about expanding the fuel modification zones. I think that there was some like emergency ability to do that. And unless I missed it, it wasn't included here. The reason I ask is because I'm adjacent fuel modification zone 11, and it's supposed to be a 100-foot barrier. That's a 100-foot buffer from the structure itself, which actually works out to about 35 feet for me from my property line. And then that fire buffer in my area, I understand that there's some like environmental constraints, I think, but they do hand clearing, which means that they sporadically go through and clear some of the stuff. But over the years, the bushes that they're protecting have almost completely taken over the area that's the fire buffer. And so in my case, it's about 35 feet from my property line that really looks, it's not overgrown, but there's a lot there. And then I actually have a buffer on my own property. And then, so what I would like to see is like 100 feet from my property line. And I don't know if there's a way to achieve that or not, and I don't know if it's citywide or if this is just something specific to my fuel modification zone, but I think that seems to me pretty central to preparedness and avoiding these fires being catastrophic. Thank you.
Any other speakers? None? Okay. Do staff want to answer any of the comments that were brought up by Aaron?
We can definitely provide the maps and look at the area. I could speak to them afterwards and see if one of our expansion areas is in zone 11.
So to fully answer that question, do we have all the zones that we need going through the governor's executive order streamlining process, or are there more zones that we're going to need to do?
We did a comprehensive look.
Okay.
And we feel like we've captured not only what is usually allotted with 100-foot away from an occupiable structure, as we just heard, but we were allowed permission to go even further than 100 foot in some instances, and that was the expansion, those 32 acres. We're actually enlarging those zones, and our argument was that on steeper slopes, a fire is going to travel with more heat, more energy, and so that's why they allowed us to increase those zones.
Got it. So,
yeah.
And Chief, one final question on that. Zone 19, you said we're about to get underway in the next couple months. 16 is the one that's still going through coastal. Is there any end in sight?
We believe that it's going to be the next calendar year. And that's just, there hasn't been a lot of activity. There hasn't been a lot of discussion. So just, we know that getting zones through coastal in the past, it's been about a year and a half or so, 2 years. So we believe we're a ways away still. And again, the reminder was we have the grant. We have over $400,000 allotted in funds that we could spend on the implementation of that zone. So we made the decision to move forward with Zone 19 and save the funds to use on Zone 16, which required us to move it through the complete Coastal Commission process.
So have we, on that, I mean, it just seems like it's been forever. Have we completed the CEQA and now they're just looking at it?
Yes.
So, the two of you, I know, just met the director, the executive director. We need to communicate to them. They got to speed this process up.
Yeah.
I mean, we've done all the work. We've done all the studies. This isn't nothing new about this. They keep saying, you've got a model program that we should replicate elsewhere. Well, then it shouldn't take the same amount of time to approve the 12th or 13th zone, so Anyway, I think whoever's communicating with Coastal, it's not me,
Yeah.
ought to impress upon them the importance. This is Hobo Canyon, right?
It is.
I mean, this is a really high-risk area.
Yeah.
And for them to just say, well, we'll get to it when we
Unacceptable.
get to it,
Yeah.
is unacceptable to me.
How many months has it been with Coastal?
I believe it's been over 2 years.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
2 years?
Yeah.
So when's the last time are we following up every day or I mean, because I think we also have to be like putting the pressure on them. And when there's something where it's 2 years, then that's where we should, tell them we're going to go and like do it, or we'll go to the Orange County Register. Because I think that's crazy. 2 years.
I think this needs to be part of a larger strategy around dealing with coastal. We have so many issues in front of them. I don't want to cut off our nose to spite our face. I agree with you that I think it's a really critical one. So I would suggest that city staff spend a little time strategically thinking about with whom and how to elevate this. I think it should be elevated. I
Yeah.
just don't want to dictate how you do that.
On this in particular, I think Dave should write a letter to Kate or whatever her name is. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
I have some thoughts on that. I'll talk to Dave about it. Okay, any other comments for Dave?
No, all good. Again, thanks for the presentation.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, you guys.
Okay, we'll move on to appeal number A. 31565 Eagle Rock.
I don't think we actually took
I was about
motion.
to say,
So-
unless I fell
Motion on that?
asleep, I
No.
didn't need a motion.
So I'll move the recommended action.
All right, sorry.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. I thought that was receive and file. Bob? Wasn't that receive and file? Oh.
Good evening, Mayor Orgel and City Council members. I'm Heather Stephen with the Community Development Department. This item is an appeal of the Design Review Board's approval of Design Review 25-0407 and Coastal Development Permit 25-0408 at 31565 Eagle Rock Way. The 35-foot by 181-foot project site fronts on Eagle Rock Way, east of Monterey Street. The site contains a 330 square foot storage building and paved walkways, landscaping, and fencing, which will all be demolished. The surrounding neighborhood is developed with 1- and 2-story single-family residences. The project was first heard by the Design Review Board on October 23rd, 2025. At that meeting, several neighbors expressed concerns regarding the project, including neighborhood compatibility, privacy, and view equity. The board continued the project with direction to the applicant to revise the project design to address the neighbors' concerns. At that meeting on March 26, 2026, the board voted unanimously to approve the project with 4 additional conditions. An appeal was filed on April 2nd, 2026 by an adjacent neighbor. The applicant requested design review for a new 2,714 square foot, 2-story single-family dwelling, an attached 2-car garage, 220 square foot elevated deck, grading, a pool and spa, landscaping, hardscape, new vehicular access, and public street improvements. A coastal development permit was required for a 297 square foot detached ADU. However, the ADU is not subject to design review. The lower level consists of the attached garage, 1,525 square feet of living area, and the ADU. The rear portion of the structure would have a flat roof that extends over to the ADU, and this roofed area between the house and the ADU will create a covered patio at the rear of the residence. This slide illustrates the extent of the 1,187 square foot upper level living area with the 220 square foot deck highlighted in purple. The second floor is oriented toward the front of the structure. At the October 23rd, 2025 meeting, the neighboring property owners again raised concerns regarding air and light, privacy, and view equity. The board directed the applicant to reduce the upper level program at the rear and to minimize the glazing on the south and north sides of the upper level to provide increased privacy for the immediate neighbors. The orange hatched area illustrates the original project design, which was staked by the applicant and revised prior to the first design review board hearing. And that was based on input from the neighbors. The green hatched area illustrates the extent of the original project proposed in October of 2025, and the unhatched area illustrates the revised project that was approved by the board in March. To address the privacy and view concerns, the applicant reduced the upper level living area by approximately 262 square feet by eliminating a bedroom and bathroom and relocating the western wall about 11.5 feet toward the front. In addition, they reduced the upper level deck by nearly 245 square feet by relocating the deck guardrail to the east and replaced 135 square feet of pitched roof to a flat roof to reduce the roof height and mass. The extent of the original upper level is outlined in orange to illustrate the reductions that were made as previously described. The areas highlighted in yellow illustrate where windows were previously proposed. On the north elevation, glazing was reduced from 5 windows to 3, and on the south elevation, glazing was reduced from 8 windows to 3 windows. The board received public testimony from neighbors, again expressing concern regarding privacy and view. In addition, a South Laguna resident stated that the trees on Eagle Rock Way are special and that Eagle Rock is one of the few streets that has a consistent street pattern with eucalyptus, red flowering gum trees. This is a suggested street tree for Eagle Rock Way in the Landscape and Scenic Highways resource document. And the applicant agreed to replace the 2 proposed trees at the front of the property, and the board added condition number 30 to require this revision to the landscape plan. No height limit was imposed for the eucalyptus trees. The board added a total of 4 conditions of approval to the project. As previously stated, an adjacent neighbor filed an appeal of the design review board's approval. The appellant raised 3 contentions in their appeal. First, that protocol was not followed, that the applicant did not meet with neighbors prior to the hearing on the revised project to address their concerns. Second, the board changed the trees specified on the landscaping plan for trees with no height restriction. The appellant requests reversion to the original landscape plan with all trees limited to 15 feet of maximum height. And the appellant requests that the city council reduce the height of the roof lines on the second story, again revert to the original landscape plan trees, and to require windows facing their property be changed to frosted glass. In response to contention 1, on October 23rd, 2025, the board held the duly noticed public hearing to consider the original project. During the hearing, the board evaluated the proposed design and received the public testimony and regarding, again, mass and scale compatibility, privacy, and view equity. The board discussed the project and voted unanimously to continue the hearing to March 26 with direction to revise the project. 2 board members suggested the applicant work with neighbors before returning to the board. But specifically, the board provided the following direction: to address light, air, privacy, and view issues, to reduce the upper level program at the rear, and to minimize the glazing on the south and north sides to increase privacy for the immediate neighbors. On March 26th, the board held a public hearing to consider the applicant's revised project, and in response to the board's prior direction, the applicant revised the project as previously discussed, reducing the upper level area, moving the wall toward the front, reducing the number of windows on the north and south elevation, and again, reducing the deck area. The board received public testimony, which again, neighbors expressed continued concern regarding privacy and view impacts and regarding the species of the proposed trees in the front property. After carefully considering the oral and documentary evidence from staff, the applicant, and members of the public, and upon review of the staff recommendation for approval, the board voted unanimously to adopt the resolution approving the project. subject to the conditions of approval set forth in the resolution and subject to the 4 project-specific conditions. And they found that the project was categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15303. With regard to contention 2, that the DRB unilaterally changed the landscape plans for trees with no height restrictions. It is within the purview of the board to require changes to the proposed project plans during the public hearing and to add conditions of approval to a project. Here, the board added several conditions to the project, including the requirement that the 2 trees in the front yard be replaced with eucalyptus with no height limit. The applicant agreed to this change, and the board voted unanimously to approve the revised project. The board did not find that the landscaping plan that's part of the project would impact private views and therefore did not impose conditions of approval limiting the mature growth height and maintenance schedules. The appellant's view concerns were focused on the ocean views across the rear of the proposed structure, and no concerns were raised regarding the proposed trees in the front yard. Nevertheless, it is acknowledged that this may have been due to the fact that the applicant's plan showed low and medium height vegetation at the front yard with 2 redbud trees to be maintained at 15 feet in height. The appeal includes a photo taken from the appellant's 2nd floor front deck, which shows a blue water ocean horizon view to the south across the applicant's front yard. The eucalyptus trees, which can attain a 30 to 40 foot height and up to a 40-foot wide spread, would likely encroach upon that view. While pruning to maintain a lower height of the eucalyptus trees could attempt to resolve the view equity concern, this would likely require that the trees be topped at a height well below their natural height at maturity, and this practice is discouraged by the landscape and scenic highways element. The City Council may impose more restrictive conditions of approval without finding an abuse of discretion. Based on the view equity concern, city staff recommend that the City Council require the 2 eucalyptus trees be replaced with either 2 strawberry trees or redbud trees. Such more restrictive condition is included in the draft City Council resolution which is attachment 1. In response to contention number 3, that this applicant is requesting that the City Council consider first to have lower by 2 feet all the roof lines on the 2nd story. Number 2, again, to revert to the original landscape plan. And 3, that windows looking directly into their bedroom be frosted glass for privacy. As discussed in the response to appeal contention 1, the board considered view equity and privacy and found that those criteria for design review were met. As discussed in the response to appeal contention 2, staff recommends the City Council require the more restrictive condition to replace the eucalyptus trees with the lower trees. And City Council may also consider whether privacy has been achieved and whether to impose a more restrictive condition of approval to require frosting of the glass at the windows facing the appellant's bedrooms. The City Council has 4 options. Staff can review these in details if the council wishes. The standards of review for design review decisions with 4 or more affirmative votes are shown on this slide. Again, staff can review these in detail if the council so wishes. The standard of review for non-design review decisions are shown on this slide. And again, staff can review these in detail if you wish. The abuse of discretion definition is shown here, and we can go over that in more detail if you so desire. In conclusion, staff recommends the council adopt the resolution denying the appeal and sustaining the design review board's decision to conditionally approve the project, subject to imposing a more restrictive condition of approval and finding the project exempt from CEQA under CEQA guidelines section 15303. This concludes our presentation, and we're available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Before we move on to questions, are there any ex parte communications to be announced?
I talked to Steve Quaratani.
I texted with Steve Quaratani.
I had a very brief call with Steve Quaratani, but we did not get into the project details.
I talked to Steve and did not get into project details as well.
I met with the Snyders. I went to their house, and then Steve and I exchanged voicemails, but we didn't speak.
Great. Do we have questions of staff?
I do have one. Heather, could you go back to the slide? I'm on the the elevation facing the appellants, just to look at I want to see those windows again and just get that set in my mind.
On this slide, it's the upper.
So the upper
view.
three.
Yes, there are
And-
3 windows facing the appellant's property on the upper level.
Okay, and those, there was no requirement that they be glazed or a occluded glass?
Correct. The design review board did not require that they be frosted or opaque.
Okay. And then the area in the, what are the rooms that these windows are located in?
The 2 to the right are a bedroom, and I believe the one to the left, that may also be a bedroom. I can check the floor plan.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? None? Okay, we'll open public testimony starting with the appellant presentation, allowing 5 minutes.
Hey there, sorry you guys were inside all day because today was a Chamber of Commerce day, as they say. And that's kind of the reason that I'm here, because we live in Laguna for the ocean and the views. And this is very important to us. We've lived here 35 years, lived in the same house 32 years. So the ocean and any blue, any water is a big deal to us. So that's why I'm here. Heather did a very good recap of the events going from October to the initial staking, which in my 2 cents is they came out with a monstrosity of a project that blocked the ocean, blocked 5 feet up into the horizon. And the, not Steve, but the other architect said, this will never pass. I know it won't pass. It's a starting point, and we came to the design review where the marching orders were, yes, this is not going to pass. Meet with the neighbors, talk to the neighbors, come up with a compromise, and come back with a good plan. And that was the next step, and that was in October. So fast forward to why I'm here today is 3 requests, and they were brought out here, is to just have whatever's going to remain of my south view, to have any kind of tree, I don't care what it is, have the original plan of a 15-foot max on it. Doesn't matter what doesn't matter, but the unlimited thing will cause problems down the road. Second thing is the peak of as you talked about, one of the slanted roofs is 25 feet high. Add another 3 or 4 feet for the poor neighbor down below. It's pretty high. The flat part of the roof, according to Heather, was very good and given me, it was 23 feet high, which corresponds exactly with the water horizon, where the water stops on the horizon. So it completely blocks it from 3.5 of our ceremonial rooms, as they call them, bedroom, hallway, kitchen, other area. I'm not asking for much today. I want to just get involved and see if you guys can just say, keep the trees to the level, drop the roof, pitch the top down a couple of feet, give me a little glimpse of the ocean above that. That's why we're here. Well, part of the deal was in March, well, October, we were supposed to have a conversation sometime with Stan, the architect. He told me outside the chambers here, I'll have a plan in January for you. And then January came, and then February came, and then March was coming. I reached out for him. And at that time, he just said, I have some family things I'm dealing with, a birth of a grandchild. That was great. And I can't meet with you. We're going to let the DRB decide. And I thought that was kind of not what the spirit of the meeting on the October was. If it was, I would have asked for just a little bit lower roof, a little bit lower landscape plan. Everything else would have been fine. Our neighbors, they have their own issue with privacy. And they were basically told, if you have a one-story building and you lived here for 40 years in Laguna, times are changing, you're gonna have to deal with buildings around you. So I didn't even get a chance to do that. And that's why I am coming here to appeal and say, let's today have our day in court. I'd like the roof lowered a little bit. I don't think it's gonna hurt the integrity of a two-story building being 25, 23 feet high. I don't believe we're gonna lose any square footage. 2,700 square foot in that neighborhood is huge. It's huge. And you'll get an ADU too. So everything's checked except for the two things I'm asking for today. So I don't think, to me, it's a simple ask, but to you guys, you know, you guys do this all the time. And I'm just asking to preserve some of my view that I have to live with the rest of my life here. So that's all I have to say. If you have questions, comments, that's, to me, it's a simple ask.
Thank you. Persons to speak in support of the appeal?
Oh, I took good pictures.
Mm-hmm.
I think you've seen them with the roof line, so thank you.
Any other speakers in support of the appeal? Okay, okay.
All in.
Okay, we'll have the applicant presentation.
Hi, council members, staff. My name is Steve Kawaratani, and thank you for either texting or discussing the project with me. And got your message, Bob. Thank you very much. I sat outside with the Snyders for a bit. They're really nice people, and they have every right to appeal. But that being said, the board carefully reviewed this project. They considered view, they considered privacy, they considered the landscaping, and we ended up with a 5-0 approval because it's a really good project. And one of the reasons why we don't want to have a flat roof is the neighborhood itself. So can we go to the next slide, please? So this lot is narrow. It's only 35 feet. It's a mixture of 1- and 2-story buildings, but there aren't buildings there with flat roofs. Now, we decided to take the rear of the property, if we could go to the next slide. This slide was shown by staff, and we did lower the rear to try to improve views for the adjacent properties. But what we don't want is a flat roof on Eagle Rock. We really would like to have a pitched roof because it's more neighborhood compatible. Next slide, please. Now, these photographs were taken by former board member Gannon, and they were shown at the hearing. So if we look from the main living area and from the kitchen and from the deck, there has been a lot of view preserved for the Snyders. And it's not like it's a peekaboo view. And this occurred for a couple reasons. The ADU could have been set 4 feet back from the rear property line, but instead it's 26 feet 9 inches back. The ADU is also just a single story, and we reduced the deck by 50%. So with the program we have with that large rear setback and a single story ADU, the fact that we followed board direction carefully and moved the program back 11.5 feet back towards the street and created a flat roof at the rear, we really feel that that is the reason why the board supported us. Next slide, please. So The appellant is saying that the board may have not given them a fair shake. And of course, that's their perspective. But from ours, we feel that the appellant hasn't identified on a 5-0 vote any procedural error by the board. We don't believe that there has been an abuse of discretion. Everything that the Snyders have requested, again, was adjudicated by the board. Ensure that we have ample view from our ceremonial rooms. Make sure that privacy is addressed. You know, Bob was asking the question about the windows on that upper level. We had 5 windows on that side originally. We lowered it to 3. One window's very high in the bathroom, and the other 2 are 2 slender windows in the master bedroom. Next slide, please. Next slide. So staff has their recommendation to deny the appeal and approve the project. We will accept the 4 conditions gladly. I might be willing to discuss the landscaping if the council wants to entertain it. We did accept the 2 red flowering gums. They could reach 40 feet. Could be an issue. Happy to discuss that. Last slide. So we're asking the council, because there was no procedural error and because there was no abuse of discretion, the board did give a 5-0 unanimous vote. We are requesting that you deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask Steve a question?
Sure, Steve?
Steve, what do you say to lowering the slope 2 feet? Yes, as the appellant, Mr. Snyder suggested.
I don't see where that would improve their view, and it would be detrimental to the look of the house, Sue. You know, certainly we would consider anything, but I'm really not authorized, you know, by the applicant to lower that 2 feet. You know, that question did not come from the design review board.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
Steve, it's really not, I mean, just to drill down on that for a minute, just so I understand it, I don't think it's really the front part where the peak is. It's really that back extension where the roof is flat, right? You guys flattened it out. But what is in that bedroom up there?
Well, we're asking for 9-foot plates on both levels, and that is pretty minimal, Bob. So that's 18 feet right there. Then, even though it's a flat roof, we have to have space between the floors, you know, basically for ducting, et cetera. And then we have to have space, what we call package room, between the ceiling for insulation and also for ducting. So by the time you add that up, we're well over 22 feet at that point. So it's already pretty tight. And again, if we go back to the slides that I showed, I think on 3 or 4, the views really have been protected for the appellant, in my opinion.
Why were the eucalyptus trees, why did the DRB select the eucalyptus trees? I mean, it's a 35-foot wide lot. It doesn't make it makes 0 sense to me.
Well, I know council likes to talk about trees.
I don't, but I'm just bringing this up because I'm kind of sick of talking about trees, to be honest with you. But on a 35-foot lot with giant eucalyptus trees, it doesn't make any sense to me, with no height limit, or, you know, the insurance problem you're probably going to have with the big trees like that.
May I give you my opinion?
Sure.
Okay, so Ann Christoph attended the meeting, and I'm sure the council is familiar with the landscape resource document. And that particular tree, the Eucalyptus ficifolia, is the recommended tree for Eagle Rock. And she was looking for consistency, but on a 30-foot wide lot, it doesn't seem to be appropriate. But then again, I'm not sure that council wants to venture and modify the landscape resource document.
You know, I don't really, I'm not worried about the landscape resource document. I'm just saying there's going to be potentially 35 to 40-foot high trees there on a very narrow lot. They're probably going to end up having insurance problems anyway, because you can't get insurance. You have something like that up against your house now.
Well, it would require pretty intricate and tricky pruning to keep these trees intact. And the worst thing that could happen in the future, let's say 20 years from now, that you start topping these trees and they won't be recognizable. Now, the trees that we had selected originally were good, solid choices, and they weren't going to create a view problem or be a maintenance problem. But alternatively, the Eucalyptus ficifolia is available either as a graft or as a true dwarf to not exceed 20 feet. So that might be something the council would consider. The only problem with that is we're looking at 15-gallon, maybe 24-inch box trees at the most. You know, they're not widely grown. So we would have to be patient, and the neighborhood would have to be patient. But that might be a better alternative.
Steve, what was the height of the portion of the building that Bob referenced? Currently, the height, is it 25 feet?
No, it's, I believe it's 23 feet.
Okay,
The peak is 25 and the flat roof is 23.
okay, thank you. Okay, are there any persons to speak in opposition to the appeal? None? Okay, then we will have a rebuttal. Right now you have a rebuttal period.
I'd like to rebuttal. Yes, please. I'm Denise Snyder. My husband has already spoken. I'm just back to the tree thing, which we are definitely sick of. But if I understand what Heather read, it had already been adjusted back to the other tree. And now we're talking about putting the original giant eucalyptus. So I'm a bit confused as to what exactly is happening now. Because now Steve is referring to a dwarf tree or some other kind of tree. So I'm hoping we can resolve the 15-foot height, which is required, or it's suggested, and whatever kind of tree. There are other trees besides eucalyptus on Eagle Rock. I just would like the 15-foot tree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have a comment regarding that?
Yes, so as after the public commentary in the March meeting where it was suggested that the eucalyptus trees be planted just to conform to the suggested trees for Eagle Rock, the board did add that condition that the trees be eucalyptus. Staff tonight is recommending that a condition be added to this city council resolution to revert back to the original trees that were proposed.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Are there any questions of either the applicant or the appellant?
Well,
Before I close
I'm just going to ask staff's opinion because I'm kind of curious about this. The 23-foot height limit on the flat part in the back, it's 2 stories. Is that, how does that stack up to a typical 2-story height with a flat roof? I mean, is that, I heard Steve say 9 foot, 9 foot and a bunch of stuff in between, but I mean, I guess, just what, it's probably not an abuse of discretion, but when I look at it, I say, well, why should somebody lose a 2nd-story view you know, when sort of on the back end, last room on the second story of the proposed project, when, you know, it's a distant view anyway, you could drop the thing a foot or two and probably get some blue water back, but I don't know, so I'm
Would
sorry,
a- would a foot
I'm
do it?
digressing. My question is the 23-foot height. Does staff have any view on that?
Yes, thank you, council member. So with the 9-foot plate heights, those are pretty typical for new builds, and I would consider them relatively modest. Some applicants do ask for more. We don't often see projects with less than 9-foot plates. The way this project was designed, there is the peaked roof along the street frontage to give the appearance that there's a more traditional architectural style that might be carried through from front to back of the structure, but in reality, there is a lower flat roof behind that peaked roof structure, perhaps in an attempt to minimize some of those ocean view impacts. I don't know that there's much potential to reduce the building further without significantly impacting the design and or the livability of the home based on its current configuration.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Alex?
Well, I think we definitely ought to revert on the trees. So I'm supportive of going back to the original. I'm supportive of the staff recommendation on that.
Me too.
And we have no other questions of the applicant or the, none? Okay, then I will start with closing the public hearing, and we'll wait for Hallie to get back. Here she comes. We're waiting for the mayor pro tem.
I apologize.
Okay. So you're up. Any comments?
I think the intention was a good one behind the suggestion of the eucalyptus tree, but I do think that it would be a problematic tree. I'm concerned about dwarf eucalyptus, and I'm concerned about a grafted eucalyptus. I don't necessarily think those are great choices. So in terms of the trees, I would definitely be more comfortable reverting back to either the redbud or the strawberry tree. I defer to my colleagues in terms of the roof height.
So Steve, you don't think another foot, you're confident that you think that losing a foot off the back roof would be, I'll open the public hearing. I mean, yeah.
Well, Mark, again, we're always fighting for package and insulation area, you know, to meet Title 24. We really designed this, you know, at the urging of staff to be at the minimum, you know, trusting that the board and council, if we got this far, would understand that. We're not asking for a 10, 11-foot plate like most
I
applicants.
understand. I know it's tight.
Yeah, it really is tight.
Thank you. So I'll close the public testimony again, and I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and ask for a motion. We can just discuss the motion. I guess we're all in favor with just the trees. Is that where we're at? Do we need the type of tree? What do we need here? The original.
Mr. Mayor, I believe there's already a drafted condition that's part of the recommended action
Okay.
on the trees.
Yes, that is correct. And the applicant would have the option of planting either the strawberry tree or the redbud tree. Either would be grown and maintained at a maximum height not to exceed 15 feet.
Well, I'll just say, you know, there is some, I can see where the DRB probably got to their conclusion that there's some view equity, you know, because the view is fairly well preserved from the living room. There may even be some improved view that comes along when they put the pool in and have to trim some vegetation back there. But there is view impact, you know, from the kitchen, and there is view impact from the master bedroom, you know, that it's a second story view already. It's not like the Snyders are looking at a first story view. I think it's unfortunate when something like that gets approved that takes away, the view, the blue water view, most of the blue water view from 2 rooms. And it's probably not an abuse of discretion.
Well, do you think a foot there's probably a foot that could be salvaged.
Well, I think it would help. I mean, yeah, I think it would. I mean, but again, I don't, it doesn't rise to me to a level of abuse of discretion by the board, but these are the kind of things I think the board ought to look more closely at, which is, second story view. Can we squeeze things down where you're eliminating a blue water view from probably half their view, half or more from those 2 rooms, which are, the kitchen and the master bedroom. So anyway.
So are you take it down a foot?
Well, I don't know how practical that is. I mean, it
can be done.
Yeah, I just want to, without, I don't know whether staff has a thought as to whether a foot could be taken out without doing great violence to the design.
I would say that would comply with building code. So we still have a constructible project.
Yeah, 9-foot plate heights, and you're allowing 18 inches for joist. That's 3 feet. So 18 plus 3, you still have a little bit of room for insulation. So you could lose a foot.
Okay, I would move that we deny the appeal, but adopt the resolution as presented and request that the back end of the project, the flat roof portion, be lowered a foot.
Just for everyone's shared understanding here, Heather has pulled up a cross-section of the proposed project. And Heather, if you zoom in on that second floor towards the rear, we have that step down in the roof structure, which is, I believe, where that more restrictive condition of approval would apply. That roof form would drop down by 1 foot.
Yeah, the one that says roof 191.00.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, it looks like a lot of it's a closet anyway, so. Anyway, that's my motion.
Do I have a second?
Did we include the trees in the motion? You did?
Yes.
Okay, I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Passes unanimously. We'll move on to Appeal B, which has been.
2 weeks on that one.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you all for staying so late.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will open the public hearing on Appeal B. I guess I need to read it here. .399 Pearl Street. And it will be, are there any speakers on this item? Sorry, I'm getting tired. None? Okay. Then this is going to be postponed until what date?
July 28th, your next
28th.
special meeting for appeals.
Okay, then I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Passes unanimously. Now, before we adjourn, I'll just ask for, are there any council requests?
I haven't had a chance to talk to Dave about this yet. There is a request that's coming from the EDPC. They adopted a resolution at their last meeting on June 1st, which is for us to this whole cell phone service coverage issue, for us to have a full-on agenda item discussion of cell phone coverage and how we go about moving the needle on that. So
I think that's a good idea. And I know because I've had several conversations with Gavin about this, and since he's unfortunately leaving us soon, it might be good to get, consolidate all the different things that you've been working on and just to figure out the status of things so that might be helpful as we figure out a path forward.
Let's just put an agenda item for Gavin to do a brain dump.
Exactly.
Just one more.
yeah. So I'll work
support
with
that.
Dave to see when that fits in the schedule.
Perfect. I have an item. I recently learned and then did my own site visit to a smoke shop to find out that some of them are selling kratom in Laguna Beach, which is a huge issue, as I've come to realize. So I would like to work with the police department and understand, the barriers in our local regulations, and then potentially propose a change to that.
I support that. I think it's gas stations too.
You just want to study it and then bring it
No,
back?
I want to bring back something, but I want to, of course, make sure that there's not something that I'm missing. But I just want, so I guess I do want to bring back an ordinance on it.
Yeah, I support that.
Okay. That's it. So you have support for that. We have support for Bob's request. Anything else?
No, for now.
Okay, meeting adjourned. Mayor Pro Tem.